Hello. Let me make sure that this is still positioned right. Trying to make sure that I'm heard while still turning is correct. Making sure I'm still turning in the right direction is really hard. Is Breath of the Wild an MSIM? No. That's... It's open, but it's not like... There's a difference between something being freeform and then something being an MSIM. Like... That's so... But, like, that's also kind of, like... I didn't expect to, like, go immediately into something. Hang on. Because, yeah, like, it's hard to explain... It's hard to explain what an MSIM is to somebody who hasn't ever, like, really heard of them or really interacted with them. Like, I can't begin to try to explain an immersive sim nowadays without some type of reference to, like, Arcane or Looking Glass. Arcane Studios or Looking Glass. But that's also kind of... I don't remember who made the explanation. I don't know who said it, but there was a description that somebody made where the biggest flaws with video games is Ultra Kill than MSIM then because you can solve the levels in multiple ways. No. Ultra Kill is a style first person shooter. But yeah, like that's the like a huge problem with video games is the fact that it's really hard to explain them to someone if they do not have an already established understanding of video games. The problem is that games tend to be very self-referential, and even the way that we can like play games, you just know it when you see it. Sometimes, because even like, how would you categorize Mirror's Edge? And it's like the way that it was described before, it was like, oh, it's a first person, like what, a first person free runner. But no, after Mirror's Edge came out, then like a lot more games like it came out, and then we're like, okay, so it's more like a first person platformer. But then it's like, okay, the guns have to be required. Do they not have to be required? Titanfall said guns are nice to have with that, but it is still primarily first person shooter. But then you have something like Neon White, which is a speed running first person shooter platformer. We still haven't been able to come up with like a subcategory for roguelite and roguelikes without referencing a game that is now so old that multiple generations of people playing roguelikes and roguelites now don't know what rogue is. They don't even know when they're released. And I'm saying that kind of like admittedly telling on myself. Because I had never played Rogue. I never heard what Rogue like. I never knew what Rogue like was like. Like, it's like, oh my god, I cannot say. I'm gonna bar myself from saying that word intentionally for as long as I can. It would be similar to if we still called first person shooters Doom likes. Because like fuck. Because it's as if we never developed new words to explain what something is similar to without making direct reference to that other thing. Mystery Dungeon is also more rogue than, I don't know, Night Rain. Yes. Because Night Rain, admittedly, as much as there quote unquote are rogue elements to it, it's still very, there's still a lot that's very similar. And even the parts that are somewhat pseudo random, you do have, at least now after the update with the shade stuff, you have a lot more control over it. What genre is this game? That is a very good question. Um, so, Nightcall is a conversational taxi game. I do know a little bit about this before going in, not entirely, but as you can see, it is set in France. I don't know how much it'll explain like in the intro. Valhalla, like, I think it did come out after Valhalla. Oh, so it does it immediately. So, but it is not, because the major hook of this is the fact that it is part investigation. The major hook is that each night as a taxi driver, you survive an assassination. You survive almost being killed by a murderer who's been going around Paris at late at night for the past couple weeks. So you're trying to pick up clues while making your you're trying to pick up clues while picking up different passengers, getting through the night, making money, but then also trying to figure out like what exactly happened or try to deduce who the killer is. The judge, victims all have something in common and motives seem clear, but which suspect could have been? Balanced case, perfect for a first run. The Angel of Death, random victims, unknown motive, weird case, slightly more difficult than others. Sandman, the victims may feel random at first, but there's a connection, yet the motives might be hard to find, dark and twisted case. The game will randomly pick an unsolved investigation. The game will randomly pick an investigation no matter if solved or unsolved. So you kind of pick, you pick essentially what the case is, or quote unquote what it would be. If I'm gonna keep doing this, just like to emphasize my point. It's similar in these three, at least in like what little I do know. It's akin to picking one of the storytellers in like RimWorld. Fuck. Similar to bringing up a bringing up a narrator, as is the case in RimWorld. So yeah, you can also pick based off of the difficulty that you kind of want it to be. So similar not only to Valhalla, but something along the lines of Papers, Please. So money will be easy to get, the investigation will be easier, every action will take less time for a chiller experience. The way Nightcall is designed, money will be tighter, the investigation will be harder to solve, every action will cost more time, more challenging experience. Let's go for this. Because these runs supposedly take about like an hour, not an hour. They take about 3 to 4 hours. So depending on how this one goes, I wanted to see kind of how it went. Because like, fuck, I can't stop doing that. Because I heard of the very interesting premise, and I heard that the characters were very striking, so I wanted to give it a shot. Is it a random victim / killer each time? The killer is random and different. That's the roguelike element. Ugh, I'm trying not to sneeze. So regardless of the case that you start, they all start this way. You drop off one of your passengers. They almost kill you here. Sir, can hear me, or do I need to speak up? Yes, speak up. Is this okay with you? Is my voice loud enough? Louder. And now, is this okay? Yes, thank you. She takes a deep breath. Oh, there's going to be a lot of reading, too. Sir, you just spent 2 weeks in a coma. The word bounces around your head. You need a moment to understand its meaning. Coma? The word scratches along your throat. Yes, you were the victim of an assault. The word resonates in your head. Victim. You are aware a serial killer is currently on the loose in Paris. You feel the contents of your stomach crawl up your throat. The judge, as the police called the killer, assaulted you. The bullet touched your liver and in most circumstances it would have been fatal. We chose to put you in an induced. Her voice becomes more distant, fades. You taste bile at the back of your mouth. Your head is burning. You hear a whistle in one ear. Your fingers move to your wound. Underneath the bandages, you can feel hard skin. It is incredibly painful. I'm sorry? Did they catch the judge? No. What about my passenger? He was dead before you even got out of your cab. The doctor is silent for a second, a very awkward second. She hesitates. The police would like to see you as soon as possible to ask you some questions. After all, you're the only one who survived the judge. Noise in the hallway attracts your attention. You try to turn your head, to no avail. You need to rest. She leaves the room. Her voice resonates in the hallway. I don't care he's the only witness. Another female voice joins in, a strong, authoritarian voice. You can't clearly make up what she's saying. A strange feeling washes over you. It's not pain, not fatigue, some odd combination of the two. Before being in a hospital room, you'd never realized that anger was made up of a combination of pain and exhaustion. Anger. A feeling you know all too well. Days go by, and a month later. Interesting. Well, look, I've got a bit of a problem. Real problem, that is. You have a pounding headache. It's your first night behind the wheel since the attack. Are you listening to me? You catch your boss's eye in the rearview mirror. Yeah. He stares at you for a second or two without speaking. Sometimes I wonder what goes on inside your head. You always seem so far away. I'm listening. Okay. He's watching you closely, trying to make out what's going on in your head. You know I'm worried about you, don't you? I know. You're like a son to me, you know? I know. And you know he's about to tell you the story of his taxi fleet again. When my father died and left me the store, I could have sold it. I could have retired, gone back to the old country. But I decided to start a cab fleet with the money he left me, to hire the guys from the neighborhood. And that's why I've got 45 guys like you working for me. His hands flutter in the air, though none of them are any match for you. He smiles. His voice suddenly takes on a serious note. I did not hear any word about the OST before either, so this is going to be very fun. Do you want me to go over everything again? He points to the equipment on the dashboard, the meter, the GPS. You haven't been in a taxi for weeks. Maybe you do need a little refresher. Yeah, good idea. Very clever way of diegetically not only giving players the tutorial, but also allowing them to skip it if they're already playing this again. Right then. Well, first the map. You spot potential customers and try to guess where they'll be going. Then you decide. When a customer orders a taxi, if there's no one else around, you have to go pick them up. He shrugs. That's the way it goes. It's business. No problem. The other fares, you look at the map and decide whether or not you want to take them. And then you drive. He flashes a quick mechanical smile. You know it well. When he talks about work, he talks about work. That's all. When your shift is over, we do the numbers and his voice trails off as if searching for the right words. And that's all. It's pretty simple. There's no reason why you can't do it. Oh right, no overtime. We're in France here, and there are rules, regulations. You might not see it that way, but no one likes having a driver who hasn't slept for 24 hours. He looks away. Something's been bothering him since he got into the cab. Speaking of, now would be a good time to mention, because I did know that this game takes place in France. I do have a little bit of white wine with me. He looks away. Something's been bothering him since he got into the cab. Anyhow, you know the ropes. You get it. I know you're going to do a good job. What's the matter? Your boss keeps quiet for a while, as if he's hesitant to speak, and then... I don't think it's a good idea. You shouldn't be driving. The murderer's still out there, and we think he's going to come back. For you. We? Your colleagues. I do too. Anyway, I'll let you get back to work. Every minute spent in your taxi is a minute lost. He gives you a smile, half ironic, half serious. You can count on me. He scratches at an invisible stain on the armrest. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. He smiles. Your boss opens the door and exits the cab. You watch him cross the street and enter the fleet garage. A couple of colleagues are milling about. Taxis are coming and going. They all ignore you, consciously or unconsciously. You are branded. You sit there a moment, then turn the key in the ignition. The hum of the engine sends a tingle down your spine. It's impossible to describe how you miss that feeling. It's back to the night shift, back to life. Despite the attack, despite it all. So yeah, I guess you just pick and go. And while you're driving, it also will take your gas too, and time does pass. Need help with the delivery. That's pretty far. Oh, it tells you how far, it tells you like what time you'll be there. It also tells you the fare, and it'll also tell you the distance, but I don't know how much. 6 kilometers, gas is about full, so we can see how much that takes. The passenger who sinks in the back seat is one of the hordes of cyclists you almost hit at red lights. She's a bike courier, the kind who pays no attention to red lights, stop signs, or right-of-ways. She gives you a smile. Holy shit, it's flippin' freezing out. You smile. Do we know each other from somewhere? I don't think so. I probably just cut you off on my bike or something. Or maybe it was me. Maybe I changed lanes without signaling. You both burst out laughing. She gives you an address. It's for a delivery, but it's too cold. I can't seem to get warm. You start the cab and turn the heat to high. Warm air fills the car. The young woman nods. Thanks, that's exactly what I'm here for. She closes her eyes as if to enjoy the muffled hum of the heater. I hope you don't mind. There was no way I was going to get back on my bike. I left it behind with my colleagues in front of that restaurant. She sighs. I know it's pretty counterproductive, paying for a cab ride to deliver food, but all the warm air, it feels good. How's work going? The young woman is struggling to stay awake. Pretty good, though I had a run-in with one of my colleagues tonight. She falters. He's a real know-it-all, the kind of guy who thinks he's been there, done that. The work itself is pretty good, though. In the winter, we do a lot of business. People stay holed up at home like rabbits. I have to say, I understand them. She yawns. I'm warming up, but I'm sure I'm tired all of a sudden. She closes her eyes. Sorry, we're already here. You pull up to the address. Right, back to work. The delivery girl quickly exits the cab, slamming the door behind her. She rings the door of an elegant Parisian building. A moment later, the door cracks open. The courier hands her client a plastic bag with takeout containers inside. She smiles. The door shuts. She rushes over to the cab and flings herself into the back seat. Come on, let's get out of here. Fast. You start the cab. Back to the restaurant, please. I left my bike there. Well, that's that. Her phone chirps. Business is picking up. She sighs. But yeah, I think I'm going to wait a little. Check it later. She settles comfortably in the back seat and closes her eyes. I've been doing this for a long time. It's been, this is my second winter, so yeah, a year and a half or so. Time really flies. I have to say, it gets pretty boring after a while. She flashes you a toothy grin. At first, you're like, yeah, what's the best shortcut? How can I get to that restaurant as fast as possible? But after a while, always the same old routine. There's a pause. She gives a short laugh. No, I shouldn't complain, really. At least I can take it easy on my bike. There's no one to really mess around with me. She lets out a silvery laugh. It's very soothing in tone, the laugh of someone you can trust. What'd you do before? Marketing. A startup company. One of those super pretentious places where everyone speaks 3 languages and only eats whole grain. And my boss was a total asshole who was always grabbing my ass. A look of revulsion flickers across her face. So now I'm done with all that. She looks serious, as if she had just concluded a long speech. So that, my friend, is why I wouldn't want to trade in my bike for all the world. Is the money good? The company pays peanuts. But the real tightwads are the clients. You deliver their dinner because they're worn out after working all day. And they don't even tip you a single euro. Still, they are understanding and all that. They give me articles about all the big bad delivery businesses abusing us. And then they order sushi from the restaurant down the street. Never trust the stomach. She makes a little farting sound with her mouth. Believe me, a bunch of cheapskates. She stops you with a gesture before you can speak. But all that, it's just for the time being. Promise. I'm putting a little aside, like my father always said. I'm gonna open a takoyaki food truck. Have you ever had takoyaki? You pull up to the restaurant. A swarm of bike couriers are waiting for their orders. Yeah. Oh, cool. I want it to be the latest thing. It's basically a pretty simple idea. Sell them to people lined up for concerts, movies, plays. She smiles. Anyhow, I'm out of here. There are a lot of starving people in Paris, and we don't want to let them down. She hands you the fare and exits the cab. Thanks again, really. You're good company. If you ever need a shortcut, just ask. She gives you a last smile, then walks over to her crew. I really like this. I don't know why this one's specific, why this one's special. So 6 kilometers isn't even that bad on gas. You immediately recognize the passenger who just climbed in the backseat of your cab. His face has been plastered all over the news for the last few weeks. He's a lawyer. A lawyer who is representing a terrorist. He gives you an address and you start driving. He holds your gaze in a rearview mirror like he's trying to read your mind. You drive across a virtually empty Paris. Behind you, the lawyer nervously consults his notes. Everything all right? He answers without looking up. Yes. You get the message and leave him alone. You continue driving without saying a word. Your passenger mutters. Why did he say that to the cops? He's not taking this seriously. Doesn't get it. Idiot. There again. He says it again. Is he contradicting himself or just... Take care, Effie. What matters is that you were able to stop by. You glance in your mirror. The lawyer looks like a smaller version of himself. You sure everything's alright? He closes his eyes and remains silent for a while. You see him start to break. I can't take it anymore. He takes a deep breath. He loses the control of his voice. This guy is a real asshole. He's not just a monster. He's a total idiot. Tears form at the corner of his eyes. I've never seen such a moronic defendant. You know what it's like to defend a moron? You know what it's like to get only 3 hours of sleep at night so you can defend a fucking moron? Do you have any idea? He yells so loudly the windows shake. Sorry. When he answers, his voice is icy cold. No need to apologize. There's nothing to be sorry about. He pauses barely, just the time to take a deep breath. Jesus effing Christ already. He kicks the seat in front of him. Jesus. He calms himself down. He steadies his breath. I'm the one who agreed to it. I actually fought to represent him. It's my own damn fault I'm being dragged through the mud. He raises his hand, snickers. Yeah, I admit it. At first I thought it was pretty great. Being on TV, all the interviews, journalists asking my opinion about everything. I shook so many hands, so many words, sentences, yet I actually said nothing. When I worked in the hood, not a single person cared about my work. And now, in 5 hours, I have to be on the radio, and 7 on TV. He pauses, breaths, breathes. His voice sounds further and further away. You need to try to calm down. I don't even know what that means anymore. Actually, it's simple. I almost never sleep. When I lie in bed, I stare up at the ceiling and go over the evidence in my head. He sits up. It's barbaric, disgusting, so horrific, it's almost unreal. He lets out a sigh from somewhere deep in his body. And then I discover my client bought nails, the nails that were in the bombs, at the corner market, and he kept the receipt. He kept the fucking receipt. Folded it in half and slipped it into his wallet. That's what I see when I close my eyes. Disemboweled bodies and a receipt for €2 worth of nails. Why? He raises his voice quite high. Why, for God's sake? He thought he could expense it when he got to heaven. He pauses. So stupid and so dangerous. He disgusts me. He revolts me. Someone has to defend him. Well, why defend him then? Because everyone has the right to an attorney. Everyone, without exception. Otherwise, justice is no longer just. His fits of rage subside, his fingers are shaking. When I signed on, I thought I'd be representing someone crazy, and I found out he's just a moron who's played too many video games. The guy has never even read the holy book, then uses they use to justify their so-called acts of martyrdom. He read a few passages online. Passages online. Do you have any idea of what a complete moron he is? He chuckles. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have said all that. He takes a deep breath. I don't have anyone else to talk with about it. All the other lawyers avoid me like the plague. My mother can't understand why I'm doing this. She's so ashamed. She went back to Algeria. He is shaking. I get the shame. What I don't get is when people just lump things together. I am not a terrorist. I am not a murderer. He's a terrorist. Yes, and that's why we need to do more. To prove that all these extremists, these terrorists, that we're better than them. That alone keeps me going. Because let me be frank with you. His voice is suddenly extremely calm. We could hang him right here, right now, and no one, no one, I'm telling you, would shed a tear. He stays quiet for a moment, catches your gaze. That's why I keep doing this. He slows his breathing. For equality, our country was founded on it. These rights have been abused for far too often for me to look the other way. His anchor seems to be lifting. The taxi has almost reached its destination. In the back seat, the lawyer is much calmer. His voice is soft. I need to be reminded of this. This will serve as a lesson. He looks at you in the front mirror and bores into you with his gaze. It's odd, isn't it? That I ran into you tonight. I mean, as if. No, forget it. You pull over. He pays his fare. Wait, don't take this the wrong way, but... He hands you another bill. Here, this is for you. For listening. For hearing what I had to say. You slide the bill into your pocket. He looks relieved, gathers his belongings strewn across the back seat. He's getting out of the cab. You realize he left an envelope behind. For a second, one tiny second, you hesitate. It could be something important. You forgot something. He freezes, notices the envelope, and grabs it hastily. You can tell he's uncomfortable. He doesn't say another word. He gets out of the taxi, walks a few steps away, and turns around to wave at you before entering a bistro. You drive off. The door suddenly opens and a woman gets into the back seat. Having a good night? For a second you freeze. It's one of the cops working on the judge's case. She grins at you. Her voice creaks. You remember seeing her at the hospital. Something already bothered you back about her there. You know, it's actually pretty crazy. For weeks, I've been saying to myself there's something off about you. Something not so nice. I dug around, mulled it over, bugged all my fellow cops about it, because I was sure you lied to us. I didn't lie. She whistles to cut you off. Hey, I'm talking. She has a cold sneer on her face. I'm going to be frank with you. She leans over to you. I don't think you're the judge. Nah, I just can't picture it. She squints, like she's trying to make you out from afar. Like you'd have gone to the extent of hurting yourself. Yeah, between us it's a bit of a stretch. She stares at you. But not enough of a stretch for my chief to stop going on and on about you. Seriously, he talks about you all the time. If I didn't know better, I'd think he had a crush on you. She smirks. No, I think he's more interested in your profile. In prison at 17. An icy chill fills your gut. And for murder, too. You open your mouth, but nothing comes out. Since you got out, you've kept a low profile, but you're lying about your name and your address. I checked. It's normal, you'd say. If they got word of your time served, no loan for your payment, for your permit, no lease for your car. Meaning no second chance at life. Her voice becomes softer, almost warm. I often have to defend myself. The moron. Welcome. With how much I'm going to be drinking this wine, I might end up getting through it a lot sooner than I thought I would. I personally like guys who want a second chance. No, I like guys who fight for a second chance. Basically, I like guys who are willing to work for me. She leans forward, her shining cat-like eyes narrowing. My chief wants to go to the prosecutor with a first and last name with evidence. Actually, knowing him, he's not so hot on evidence. So, I'll give you info, victims, suspects, medical reports, some photos that are a bit. She makes a gagging noise. You have to be discreet. Keep it between you and me. Interrogate, ask questions, dig around. I'm not a cop. She shrugs. Don't worry, you're already keener than half the squad. And don't forget, I'm not asking you to make an arrest and deliver the killer wrapped up with a bow in the front of the station, okay? You're no Batman. You're just here to get me more information. She rummages around in her pockets for what seems like forever. Here, take my card. I'll call you in 3-4 days just to check in. We'll chat. And I'll let you know if I have any new info. She takes a didactic, paternalistic tone, like she was giving you a list of recommendations for the 100th time. Don't get caught. Don't get arrested. Also, I wouldn't recommend trying to leave Paris. I know what you look like, and I know who your friends are. You can either be the solution or the problem, my friend. She takes a minute to scan your face, your emotions. If I have to, I'll go check in on you-know-who. Her smile is biting. That reminds me. She know you've done time. You shake your head. She snickers. Well, my little dirtbag, you cover your tracks well. I did what I could. Yeah, if you say so. She sighs in a tired, exaggerated way. Don't try to mess with me, man. If things don't go well, I'll turn you in. I'll send your picture to all my friends in the media and every asshole in Paris. Your picture with your name on it. Your real name. Anyone close to you will have their places searched. They'll be put under house arrest, spend nights in jail. You have any idea how tense things are with that fucking trial's underway? With that fucker's trial underway. You sigh. You know just what she's trying to get at. Come to think of it, your last names are almost the same. You could be brothers, actually. I'm not like that son of a bitch. She smiles. Let me tell you, with that face of yours and your handle, they'll welcome you with open arms. She takes on a serious tone, businesslike. I want to catch this killer personally. I want to drag him to court, ruin his fucking life, with a bang. I can't botch this case. You got me? And neither can you, right? Obviously. Well, great then. We see eye to eye. So you can just say you're my informant. My CI. He ripped open your gut. You saw your own insides. You were in a coma. Yeah, you have plenty of reason to want to get back at him. She furrows her brow. Yeah, I think you're actually going to do what I tell you to do. You investigate, ask questions, listen to all the rumors, and you come up with a list of suspects. She lays her hand on the door handle and freezes. All right. And don't get fired. Without this cab, you're worth nothing to me. You glare at her. She puts her hand up and you can hear the words behind it. This conversation never happened. I'll make sure you get more intel tomorrow. I'll find a way. Until then, not a word to anyone, obviously. Not a word. The door opens, squeaks, and slams shut. You sit alone for a while, teeth clenched, dry-eyed, ears buzzing. Shit. On the back seat, the cop left a pile of papers. Shit. Key in the ignition, motor running. Radio on, crackles. You turn it off and start driving. So, this is the major hook. Talking to passengers might unlock new documents and clues for your investigation. You'll find them back at your studio after your shift. So we basically have our own corkboard and we're trying to figure out, or at least deduce parts of whoever the serial killer is. You take a second to enjoy the silence of your studio apartment. Outside, the city is slowly waking up. You can still hear the hum of the taxi buzzing in your ears. You throw the file Bassett gave you on the table. Bassett? It's probably Bassett. Bassett. On the wall, you hung up the big corkboard where you used to pin your up photos of your nephews. They've been gone since you got out of. Your plan is simple. Jot down all the pieces of evidence and connect them to the suspects. The guilty party won't necessarily be the one with the most evidence against them, but the one with the most compelling evidence against them. It's like you're building a story about each suspect, trying to understand their motives, understand how he or she got into the situation. Steps in the hallway. They stop in front of your door, then move away. You sigh and get to work. So an autopsy report, the killer case, another autopsy, picture of a crime scene, crime scene, crime scene. Whoops. Ooh. Killer height. Okay. The killer height is less than 1 meter. The killer's height, I don't know if that's a meter 80. I didn't think that metric would come up in the game. Focused around being set in France. Shocking. Okay. So these are the main suspects. Yeah, so the killer's height has to be less than 1 meter 80. Homeless man with an unknown background, briefly worked with Charles Bogren, victim 2. Making you do a clue board. It's honestly really... I honestly love games that end up making you, like, use a real clue board. The only problem Well, no, it's not even really a problem. It's like I've been spoiled by Alan Wake 2. Okay, so let's go over these. Homeless man with an unknown background briefly worked with Charles Bogren. Don't know who that is. Victim 2. So you are connected to victim 2. Got health issue after Ritteken health scandal. A couple of arrests and breaking and entering. Medical examiner in Paris escaped from Argentina when she was young, lost her parents to Argentinian junta, the process. Message. Time's up. You deserve this. Cop in Paris. Dad was a cop. Financial affairs. Died 2 years ago. Mom got health issue at the Ritteken health scandal. Gay in a relationship. Never disclosed this information at work. I don't know how this is connected. Crime scene 3. Weapon used in the 70s. Retired cop joined the police in 1977, divorced from a judge. Born in a French Annalines, moved to mainland France in 1976. The weapon is a rare gun that was used from the 70s. Retired cop joined the police force in 1977, divorced from a judge. Born in French Antilles. So these are suspects. Homeless man, a cop, a nurse, and a lawyer. Was a promising football player when he was 10. Killer left 3 messages in chalk on the first room crime scenes. So then where's the first message? Justice. So then, death equals an execution. The killer knew the victims or researched them. Victims killed with 1 bullet in their neck. No sign of violence. If there's no sign of violence, then that means that whoever was fighting didn't struggle or wasn't scared of their killer. Even though that they're shot in the neck. Yeah, that's from the autopsy report. For a gun, victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. The death was an execution. You deserve this. Time's up. Justice. A judge. Escaped from Argentina when she was young. Lost her parents there. Okay. That's all that I really have right now. Yeah. Yeah, the bullet in the neck. Like, they would have to be very close for that. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You slowly open the sofa bed and lie down. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. You open one eye. Your attention turns to shouting upstairs, a door slamming. Typical. You get up quickly. After a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. So now we kind of just look around. Oh, right. Gas is important. You are an important suspect. Ooh, I can change the radio. Your finger is poised on the front of the car radio. You're trying to find something to listen to. It should be about time for top news tonight, one of those call-in shows. You happen upon the nighttime news. A crime novelist being interviewed about his latest book brings up the judge. He's quick to say that according to his sources, the first victim owed money to the mafia. And actually, he thinks the whole case is linked to organized crime. The judge is just a front for the real criminals. As soon as the news is over, you turn the radio off and the cab is silent again. Oh, wait. Oh, she disappeared. That's not good. Oh well. I guess it does that. Oh, because that's time. Does it count as backseating? Well, no, because we all have the same evidence together. When it comes to mystery and like trying to figure out everything and trying to figure it out, I think everything's fair. As long as you're not coming in with like foresight or foreknowledge. The door opens and your passenger collapses in the back seat. His eyes are hidden behind a pair of large, dark glasses. His clothes reek of sweat and booze, a clubber. He mumbles his destination and you start driving. A few words are exchanged, the weather, taxes, traffic. Then, you can tell it's coming, the inevitable conversation about the killer. Some bits of information, rumors, things overheard. You make a mental note of what you've heard. Who knows, it might come in handy. Your mind wanders, your eyes vaguely scan the store windows. The sodium light coming off the street lamps feel like it's dripping into your brain. You're falling asleep. You need a bit of music to keep you awake. You glance at your passenger. You mind if I put on a little music? He waves his hand as if to say, who cares? You turn the radio on, pressing on the dial to find the station you like. 80s rock ballad. Too soft. Behind you, your passenger is snoring. Barely, but you can hear him. Gregorian chant. Mind-numbing. Some slow rap song filled with fake female orgasm noises. Not with a passenger in the car. Two journalists discussing new evidence in the investigation into the judge's murders. The information they share, salon talk, nothing more. Seems important nonetheless. An ad interrupts the torrent of words and you change the station. Classical music again. The flute grates on your ears. Electronic music. You like the rhythm, but just aren't in the mood. Stop. You lift your hand from the dial. The music plays on. Not bad. Turn it up so I can hear better. I didn't want to wake you. His voice sounds like it's coming from a deep cavern. I wasn't sleeping, just sobering up. He leans forward. Not bad at all. You hear the touch of an accent, probably an American, but someone who's lived most of his life in France. Leave it on. Leave it on until they say the musician's name. The music continues. There's something turning in the background. A persistent melody that gets higher and higher. Your client mumbles, I bet. The song is coming to an end, and the announcer in the piercing foghorn voice turns out the name of the name of a DJ you've never heard of. DJ Blunt. I knew it. You like his stuff? Yeah, it's a good product. It's pretty conventionally structured, but it's super popular. He snickers. Still. I taught that dude everything he knows. Everything. In '94, at the party at the Rex Club, there was this kid who started buying me rounds. He waves his hand around. A kid, no older than 17. I thought he was hitting on me. He chuckles. He would have been disappointed. He shakes his head. No, he wanted me to teach him how to spin. I told him, no, but you can watch. And that's exactly what he did every week until we moved to the Osiris. He sold X to pay his way in. He briefly snickers. And now he's on the radio. Silence fills the cab. Wade's silence. You can tell your passenger's mind is spinning. You know what he did that summer? He was the opener for the soccer championship at Stade de France. It was huge. Wonder what people think if they knew he was selling drugs at 17. He lowers his voice a bit. If only they knew. Your passenger clams up. You notice a woman crossing the street at the crosswalk. Yeah. She speeds up as she walks by two men talking loudly. We ran into each other in Ibiza? Ibiza. 4 or 5 years ago. You almost jump at the sound of his voice. I was spinning in this little club. Yeah, really little, but it was something. He totally ignored me, of course. Even with those dark glasses, you could see how angry he is. He suddenly starts waving his arms around. He rummages around his pockets as he says, your radio. Can you take a flash drive? You glance at your radio. You don't really know what he's talking about. No, only CDs. No worries. He lays his phone in the space between the two front seats. Old school. No aux cord. Listen to this. That's what I played tonight. It's mine. He sets his phone to play. But, you know, people were barely dancing. A drum machine playing a hard-edged beat in the background. They were talking, taking each other's pictures. Frono would start to dance in the cab. They barely touch, never kiss anymore. A perfect dance beat becomes progressively audible. All that. A purely electronic crescendo plays. Is over. There's a break in the music. Then the synthesized strings calm the song down without slowing it down. At least. The song is getting intense again. Explodes as your passenger drifts off. I got people dancing. The song keeps going for another minute, then stops. Your passenger doesn't budge. You drive to the rhythm of his snoring. The sound fills the cab. Ideas are bouncing through your head, like they do every time you find yourself alone. This guy in the back seat is too old to be young. You look at your own hands. They look like they're suddenly aging in time lapse. You close your eyes a second. Only a second. When you open them, you've reached your destination and have pulled over to the sidewalk. You tap your passenger's knee and he wakes up with a start. Shit, yeah? We're here, sir. Yes. Great. He rummages through his pockets and hands you a few rumpled bills for fare. Thanks. I hope you liked it. Silence. The music. I mean, my music. The song I played you. I should have been in the spotlight, you see? 15 minutes of fame. Just a minute of. He stifles a burp. You hear him mumble as he leaves the taxi. Those whiskeys and oreganos really screw with my system. You see him stagger towards his building. It takes him several tries to get the door open. He finally disappears inside. You heave a long sigh. Okay, come on. Damn. I don't remember. Why is this dude here? I don't know if this guy is. A police car flies by, practically cuts you off. The flashing blue lights behind you. all the way on the other side of the city. I'll make it, and I'll have enough to get gas after. Your passenger climbs into the cab and slams the door shut behind him. Good evening. Plain St. Denis, please. He stops short, visibly sizing you up. You know where it is? You nod yes. Avenue des Magan... Oh my god. Magasins Generos? So, you know the street. Yeah, sure. He looks at you intently. You know all the streets of Paris. His question drips with disbelief. You know his kind, well, the sort who would refer to you as the Arab, and not bat an eyelid. Yes, I do, monsieur. He seems hesitant. Well then, let's go. You start the cab. Your client stares out the window as if hypnotized. You watch him in the rearview mirror. His face is familiar to you. His accent too, though you'd never be able to place it. Typical of some rural region, central France perhaps. You take another look. That's it. You've got it. He was a contestant on one of those reality shows where farmers meet women. You'd seen him on the show a few weeks before. You'd watch it from your hospital bed with a distracted eye. But something about it had bothered you. The show was a masquerade, life in the country seen from a very Parisian and cynical perspective. Parisian, because I know it's supposed to be Paris. Full of scorn and contempt. Okay then, you figured out who I am? His remark and his accent bring you back to the present. Sorry? You've recognized me, right? So you can make fun of me now. Make fun of you. He shrugs. Yeah, like all those other people do out there. On that there Tweety thing. Sir, don't you dare. Tweety, it takes you a second to realize he's talking about social media. Make fun of you? Yeah, well, go on and have a good laugh. It's free, right? Why shouldn't you? Have a good laugh at my expense. That's all I'm good for, right? This poor old man. His eyes meet yours, his voice faltering. He sighs heavily, then shakes his shoulders. Because I think this came out in like 2019. This either came out 2019, 2018. Like, yeah, no, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He goes on staring at you for a while and then seems to calm down. Sorry. He shakes his head, obviously moved. His shell is starting to crack. It's a living hell. Imagine what I'm going through. It's a nightmare. 3 months ago, I was a contestant on that stupid show, Fields of Love. When I said yes, because... Well, I said yes because my wife's been dead for 25 years. I've been all alone ever since. Just me and cows and udders. He stops and shrugs. The show was aired like a month ago. At first, things were fine. Friends called. We had a good laugh and all. And then I found out the internet is laughing at me too. There are those things. I can't remember what they're called. Oh my god, this poor... No, he is a boomer. Moms? Mams? Mims? You know, those pictures that move all by themselves on the damn internet. You have no idea what he's talking about. Not. Oh my god. So I made myself a Tweety account to go and see what they're saying about me. Calling me a virgin and a Nazi, that I screw my cows too. He looks away as if someone else had spoken the words. They practically die laughing. They practically die laughing. A farmer who he doesn't want to finish the sentence. So yesterday, I said I had it. I called my cousin to keep an eye on my farm and I left for Paris. On my way to see those TV jokers right now. I'm on my way to see those TV jokers right now. 6 months ago, they said if there was any problem whatsoever, they'd take care of it. Well, there is a problem. This old man is going to tattle on kids on the internet to his boss. Not even his boss, like some dude who hired him for his show. His anger has subsided somewhat. His face is returning to its normal color. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to have all those jokes deleted right away. I don't want to see my face glued to those pictures of freaks who do cows. I'm sorry, sir. That's not how this works. It's disgusting. His hands are shaking. This poor man. I don't think they can do that, sir. He gives an energetic nod of the head. And believe me, they're going to listen. I may be just a plain old farmer, but nobody's going to disrespect me. He squares his shoulders as if to fend off the attacks. Sir, are the tweets in the cab with us right now? Forget it. His eyes half closed. He practically growls the words. There is a palpable air of sadness about him. At first, I told him I didn't want to be on their stupid old show. It wasn't for me. But they insisted. They showed me pictures of the women. He lowers his eyes. And then, well, I said yes. Should never have said yes. You pull up the address he gave you. The studio gates were still closed. You park the cab and cut the engine. Is it closed? You nod yes. Doesn't open until 6. You point to a sign near the gates. He sighs. But there'll be hardly anyone here before 9 or 10 o'clock. Very true. Yeah, from my own personal experience, studios typically, even if they, yeah, no, they'll be open, but that's like more for staff and other people, unless like they're actually shooting stuff. Like nobody's gonna come in until closer to midday. I don't care, I'll wait. Sir, they'll just have you escorted. He rummages through his pockets and pulls out a wallet. What are you going to ask them? I want them to apologize on TV during the show in front of everyone. Sir. They talk about all the things they changed, all the bits of sentences they cut up and put back together. Oh, God. No, okay. One, yes, reality TV shows are evil. Never go on them. Never, 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 never. They are evil. And like everybody on them is just content anyway, so they just get chewed up and turned into entertainment fodder. This poor man. He fixes his gaze on you. His eyes narrow. Sir, what does that have to do with anything? You know, I'm not racist. His voice is low and raspy. Don't believe the show. I didn't mean what I said. And I didn't really say that stuff either. I don't know if I want to know what he said. What exactly did you say? He stops short. Nothing. He avoids your gaze, then all at once says, a lot of nonsense. He fixes his gaze on you, visibly moved. I'm not very good at this. I've been... He chokes up, gesturing with a hand as if to make it all disappear. When he starts up again, he's on the verge of tears. Anyhow, I'll just wait here until it opens. The passenger pays the fare and exits the cab. You watch him for a minute and he starts his vigil in front of the gates. You notice a newspaper on the back seat. Your last passenger must have left it behind, or the one before. You grab it and put it away. Could come in handy. Then you start the cab. It's back to the grind. That poor old man. What? 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 You pull up to the sidewalk and wait for your passenger. Since it looks like a no-show, you get out of the cab after a minute or two to smoke a cigarette. Is the taxi driving sort of padding or world building? It is the game. You do a lot of the taxi driving while trying to pick up clues and figure out stuff about the investigation. The driving is the majority of the gameplay. I will probably have to get gas after this drive. There's not much going on in this small town in the suburbs. There are a few apartments that still have lights on. A sweet scent hangs in the air. Eventually, you stub out your cigarette and get back in the car. Why are you so mad? You jump, startled. A cat has managed to slip into your cab. It's sitting on the back seat, staring at you intently. You sit there for a moment, considering whether or not to shoo it away. But as you are about to wave your hand, the cat shifts positions and slips a paper fall from its collar. You pick up the piece of paper and unfold it. A fragment of a map of Paris. The Saint Lazare train station. You turn your eyes slowly to the cat. He seems to be expecting an answer. Are you going somewhere? The cat tilts its head to the side as if to say yes. You want to go to Saint Lazare? The cat tilts its head again. Are you a dog? The cat slowly nods its head. No. Your hands clutch the wheel tightly. What the hell is going on? We turn around to face the cat. Okay, fine, I'll take you. You let out a sigh. Okay, fine. You start talking to yourself in low tones, as if to balance the conversation. Normal. This is all perfectly normal. You start the cab, but cast a glance at the cat behind you. Nightlife is the fun part. You're the one who ordered the cab. You start to laugh. A few minutes go by. You try to break the ice. Simple questions are probably best. Everything okay? Neither a yes or a no. More a plaintive meow. Are you meeting someone? No, that's not it. The cat is staring at you. The conversation seems to bore him. You seem to be well fed. Pretty strange, I must say. Did someone hurt you? A plaintive meow. You sigh. Your owner? Another meow, but longer and deeper, more heartfelt. You nod your head. What happened? Was it a man? No answer. A woman? Was she mean to you? The cat seems to be uncertain. Was she not around for you? The cat doesn't seem to understand. For instance, your owner is never home. You're bored. You want to spend more time playing. If cats could roll their eyes, he would have. She's overly affectionate. The cat lets out a string of incessant meows. Touché. That's it. She's too affectionate. And that's why you're running away? The cat is watching you with a steady eye. You are sure you're on the right track. You have to be careful with people like that. They suffocate you before you even know it. You nod your head. But you ran away. I meet lots of people like you. You stop short. But you're just a cat. You roll your eyes. Behind you, the cat lets out a quiet, reassuring meow. What I mean is, well, we don't even know where we are in a cage. We prefer not to think about it. We are never fully aware of it. You look at the cat. I must be crazy. I'm talking to a... You shake your head. You point to a light in the distance. That's St. Lazare. We'll be there soon. A few yards later, you stop at the drop-off area in front of the station. The first train doesn't leave for another hour. Where are you going? The cat stares at you without making a noise. Let me guess. St. Lazare. If you're going to the suburbs of Paris, you wouldn't have needed to come into town. So somewhere in the northwest of France. Brittany? Your passenger glares at you. Okay, right, not Brittany. The cat lets out a choppy meow. He wants to get out. Go on. Somewhere by the sea, huh? The cat is looking at you and meows, a sharp sound. Probably a yes. A very hungry yes. For the fish, I guess. You check the time on the dashboard. It's time to go, to get a real customer. You try not to think too much about the situation you're in, and you hope that no one sees you talking to a cat. I'll just start saying the names of cities and you out when I hit the right one. You start the list of cities in Normandy. The cat doesn't move a muscle. Cherbourg. The cat looks up. So it's Cherbourg. Getting close. St. Malo. Still nothing. I've got it. Deauville. A meow of delight. You're smiling too. All of a sudden, you're exhausted. Okay, come on. Time to say goodbye. You get out of the cab and open the back door. A bill has appeared on the seat next to the cat. It's enough for the fare, and more. Well, you're full of surprises, aren't you? I won't ask you where it came from. You smile and lean over to pet the cat. It leaps out of the car and darts between your legs. You can just make out its shape dashing up a flight of stairs and slipping between the bars of a gate. Le chat. You get back in the car. You look at yourself in a rearview mirror. Your features are heavy with fatigue. Your right eyelid is twitching. You start the car. You remember you are allergic to cats, but you haven't sneezed once. You pull out of the station. That's actually really good. I'm assuming this one's going cause yeah, that's an important person. I have more than enough to get here, and depending on where I land, I can probably get gas. 12 cents chip. Listen, I don't expect much from a car. I don't expect much from a cat. Like, plus they were very good conversationalists. The door opens. It's Harvey, a homeless man like hundreds of others in Paris. You've known each other for years, and every now and then he asks a favor for you, to drive him someplace. As usual, he greets you quietly, then he always seems a little on edge. Hey buddy, what's up, Pop? He has a strange verbal tick that you've never really understood. You start the cab. The passenger in the back seat is whistling a funny tune. He's in a pretty good mood. You look good. Yeah, thanks. Some days are like that. Everything goes your way. Hey. Belly is full. Your buddies are around to help you. You're not cold. He gives you a smile. And then, you know, you got good news. Oh, really? Really? Something you're glad to hear. Well, out with it then. Well, it's my ex-wife. She just got married again. And a real love story and all that. Just the way we like them. You're not jealous? Jealous? He shrugs. I don't believe in being jealous. Being jealous is for jerks, alright? She's happy and I'm happy too. So why beat yourself up over being jealous? In the rearview mirror, your passenger's face clouds over, as if what he was saying had just sunk in. Suddenly, between clenched teeth, he hisses. Whore. You look up. Really? Huh? I thought you said something. No. He gives you a toothy grin. Suddenly, Herb opens the cab door. You can pull over here. I don't want you to get into any trouble. The guys in the squad can be a little on edge. You park the car and Herb opens the door. Good night, and thanks again, Ken. He gives you a smile. A moment later, Herb vanishes inside a graffiti-covered building. Its imposing Art Deco facade mesmerizes you for a moment. And then you start the cab. Let me fill up on gas and then I'll probably read the newspaper. Mostly to see how these work. You pull over and stop at the gas station. Not a soul in sight. The fluorescent light irritates your eyes and the smell of pee is wafting up from the space in the in-between the pumps. It's self-service here. You pay directly at the pump. The mini-mart over there. It must sell newspapers. The person behind the counter must see and hear things. Might be worth asking a couple questions. This place makes you nervous. All you want is to get back in your warm cab. Oh, you have to hold it. Ah. I do not know if €70 is very expensive. But that seems a lot to fill up your car. You walk into the mini-mart. There's a smell coming off the guy running the shop at the station. Hot dogs. Hi. Oh, these are scratch-offs. You examine a newspaper and magazine's cover. The serial killer is on the front page of all of them. It's crazy, isn't it? You'd think he'd be caught by now. The clerk smiles. You recognize the twinkle in his eyes. This guy has something to tell you. Perdu? Can't win them all. Oh, you can only buy one. The cold welcomes you outside and quickly makes you forget the clerk's unpleasant tone. You get in your taxi and drive away. That would be around $80. My car would take around $60 for a full refill. That's that's a lot. That's really expensive for gas. Jeez. 1.78 per liter. Jeez. See, part of that is like why I just don't like driving. I don't like the idea of having to refill my car like that. Ugh, like that costs so much. And I'm like lucky considering where I am. I say I'm lucky, but then it takes like 69% tax. That explains it, but still, wow, that's a lot. I mostly drive a motorcycle. Drive a motorcycle? Wait, it's more gas effective to drive a motorcycle? Cost effective. You pull a newspaper out of your glove compartment and start leafing through it. Eventually, something grabs your eye. It's a rather enthusiastic article about a bar named Napa. You make note of the information with interest. In your line of work, that kind of thing can always come in handy. You turn the page and stop. You've read about a third of the newspaper. You stop reading and go back a few pages. You thought you saw something. Of course, you aren't moving a ton of metal. That makes sense. No, yeah, that would make sense. You wouldn't need as much gas. You wouldn't. Damn. No, damn. No, that convinced me, like, very easily. But now I have two questions. Well, no, it's one question that branches into two. Um, is it like a chopper or is it like a Japanese sports bike? Those are like the only two types of motorcycles that I even know anything about. 13-liter, my bike drives around 320 kilometers, around 200 miles. That's really good. Damn. Really good. Damn. A badly framed photo and a terse article inform you that a minister is stepping down for personal reasons. She will be replaced by her right-hand man, who also happens to be her husband. Her face is not at all familiar. You don't think you've ever seen her before. You only have a third left to read. Korean chopper? Huh. Never heard of that one. Well, I've never heard of, like, that type. But, like, given where I am, like, the only thing I really see, I think, like, 90% of the things I see are, like, Harvey Davidson, like, motorbikes. And then some people have, like, maybe a Japanese sports bike. For some reason, I never heard of, like, an Asian chopper. Just a Korean brand. 125cc. Huh. Wait. You do social media marketing, but then you have like you ride a motorcycle? As soon as you get to the page, you stop. That's not like in a bad way either. That's just like very. That's a contrast that I don't really mentally put together. It's an enthusiastic review of a new video game about the urbanization of society. You scan the text, a bit lost. A video game about a taxi driver? Sounds cool. You shut the paper. It'll end up in the trash tonight. Not sure the relation. It's less. Not really. Okay, because that is admittedly kind of like my own bias coming in, because I always think of like, because even, it's gonna sound weird, but like I always think I do social media and I'm also here. True. But like for some reason in my head, it's probably because of when I grew up, but like I always mentally put together like motorcycle as in like stereotypical cool, not hipster. I see it as like very stereotypical cool, like late night city racing. That's very much kind of like picked by like my by my cultural influences, and definitely when I kind of grew up in that era. Social media equals hipster. I wouldn't say that that's like hipster. Like to me, social media marketing is for me, like I consider that closer to like, I don't want to say it's not like yuppie. It's not yuppie. I'm trying so hard of like trying to create like this very specific image in my head. Not necessarily of you. Um, cuz like I always interpret like so like I don't know. To me when I can hear social media manager and I don't think somebody who drives a motorcycle. Like to me, it's not that it's so much as like they're incompatible, but I'm like the motorcycle is too cool. You're not allowed to have that if you're a social media manager. It's not corporate, it's a local business. For one store that sells nationwide. Okay, if it's a local business, then yeah, you're allowed to do whatever you want. You can be as cool as you want. That that you're able that you have the permission to be as cool as you want. Like the type of level of like you get to tell people like 2 to 3 facts about you and then they get immediately confused. They're like, wait, what? How do you do those 3 things together? Like I'm trying to think of I'm trying to come up with a really good example because otherwise it sounds weird. Chopper does equal cool as a trope. My preference is Japanese sports bikes, but that's because of my very stupid personal bias in thinking Japanese sports bikes are like the coolest thing that somebody can drive. But that's also again because of when I grew up. Um, I'm also saying, well, it's also very funny that I'm saying like, oh yeah, you can't be like super into social media or like be a social media manager and be cool. Meanwhile, my job credentials put me most optimally as being as like a social media manager. They are cool. The cost is on the wallet, but then you get to drive around and be cool, and you can't put a price tag on that unless you put a price tag on the cool outfit, the bike, and whatever additional things you have to do in order to have that bike. Oh, it's like what was why there was somebody that had like you now know more about your clients. Oh, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money that I just lost. Honestly, with social media, a lot of it can be very self taught. Like, I don't necessarily have a degree either. I just have a, well, no, I don't have a degree in social media. I have a degree, I have a bachelor, I have a bachelor's of arts with my major being in sociology. So even technically speaking, I'm not like quote unquote with a degree, but I can still do a job better than a lot of people who have marketing jobs do. But honestly, with how quick social media keeps changing anyway, a lot of it is just you have to. A lot of it is just like personal experience. And turning that experience into something useful. Video editing, multimedia, Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, social media, Meta ads, Google ads. And knowing how YouTube works. Very correct. At the foot of your door, just behind your drain pipe, you notice an envelope. Though, to be fair, I'm probably better when it comes. Now you have me like thinking about my own stuff. Not necessarily, because like I can do video editing. I'm used to multimedia stuff. I never really messed around with Photoshop. I think I took an Illustrator class years ago, but most of my knowledge comes from like social media, learning how to market and brand with stuff like that, which you probably would never infer given current size and the stuff I'm doing as a VTuber. But still. It's thick and heavy. You can just make out your name written in thick black marker on the front. your real name. You take a deep breath and go inside. In the envelope, you find more information just as Bissette promised. You lay them on the table. You take a few minutes to update your board with new clues. A bus goes by, making the walls shake. You glance at your bed and get to work. Oh. You have limited time for putting some of these things up. Okay, I didn't process that. Oh, hang on. Wait, what? Victim number 3, suspected member of the process. Wait, these are a lot. Victim 2, stolen wallet. I always have an impulse to help out people or give suggestions, like when you post thumbnails. It feels awkward as though I'm posting and trying to sell something. That... I can... No, that I can... No, that I can understand. Like, it not necessarily... It's that worry of, like, unsolicited advice. Because, like, killer fought with victim 1. Wait, so then that goes against whatever that other note was, that there was no struggle. No sign of violence, which means that that can't be true. Well... No, that's for victim 4, there's no sign of violence. Yeah, a lot of that, because, yeah, a lot of my... Just got here on a call. Yeah, it's about the... Whoops. It's about the fear of, like, imposing. Too much. But, like, no, you do mean well, but, like, you do... you worry about, like, being... overly comfortable, I guess is a way of saying it. Because admittedly, there is like a lot of stuff that like I'm not entirely, not like I haven't seen or like I'm not completely used to. Because like no, I've seen how a lot of channels and different YouTubers end up doing things. But there's a difference between seeing things and like going like, well, they obviously shouldn't have done that. But then it's another when like you're actually kind of like the one in the middle of that. And like when it's your own brand that you have to cultivate and such. This is a lot of info. I'm not sure even which one of these is useful. It's a lot easier to tell which missteps are not... It's easier to state which missteps you shouldn't do than it is to recognize the successes that others are accomplishing. Than it is to recognize the good things that other people are accomplishing. Victim 4 responsible for the eviction scandal, never trialed. Okay. Victim 4. Wait, then we have something here. Denying the metagame. Yup. A lot of people really don't respect a lot of people. Hi, I'm some people. A lot of people not really respecting metagaming. Like, hey, I wonder why a lot of people were streaming Imamisime that week after somebody made a post about how Northern Lion got so many, like, most concurrent views when streaming that for his first time, and then suddenly there was a bunch of people streaming Imamisime for like the next week. Um, okay. Victim 4, responsible for Rittikoden scandal, never trialed. Victim 2 had a stolen wallet. I wish there was more room on the board. Victim 1, the message was justice. Killer fought with Victim 1. Killings could be linked to the Mafia. That is from the radio. Killer left messages on chalk in the first 3 scenes. Autopsy report, the killer's height was under 180. Killer's height was higher than 180. So that's just in... Because unfortunately, as much as I will hate admitting it, no, there's kind of like also a reason why I do have a little bit of a focus on, like, as much as I really do like playing these individual games and like these very unique experiences, because they're a lot of what I very much value from video games as an artistic medium. This game only has like what, 2.8k followers, so it's not like I'm exactly gonna gain a lot of followers from doing this. But it is something that like I wanted to play, because I remember watching like a lot of Let's Plays where different people would play like very unique games and like, oh, that seems really cool, and like, oh, I kind of wanted... That's also from the radio. Can I move the radio ones like together, because they may not be useful? Like, no, I found like a lot of the really interesting, unique games that they do. Like, that's part of the reason why Halloween I try to do... Can win at niches, but on YouTube with a dedicated video about the game. Yeah, more evergreen type of content. But then also that stuff takes a lot of time. And given how very neurotic I am about my processes, that would end up taking a lot of time. Killer knew the victims or researched them. That is true. That would take a lot of time just based off like my own processes and how... Not even necessarily thorough, but like a lot of the video editing parts. And like wanting specific video evidence for certain things like that. Like, no, that stuff takes time, especially done in the way that I want to. Victim 2 killed only in spot with the CCTV. So they know Victim 2. You deserve this. Victim 3 times up. Victim 3 suspected member of the process. So who was tied to Victim 2? These two. Dad was a cop. The way I want to is anti-meta. Yeah. You can do whatever you want, and you can fight against the system as much as you want. Congratulations, that's how you end up not really growing or getting a lot of buzz. But then you get situations where people are like, well, how come this person that's big can play this game and do whatever they want, and like get successful numbers? And congratulations, you stated the reason. It's because they're big enough to do what they wish. Because at that point they've already established enough of a brand where people are like coming to them for who they are, and the game is a nice additional aspect of it. Suspected member of the process. What does that mean? 2, you deserve this. Tie that in with Victim 4 responsible for the Rittikoden scandal. Victim 2 had a stolen wallet. Victim 2 was killed only in a spot without CCTV. Victim 1 was killed with a bullet to the neck. Victim 1 potentially owed money to the mafia. Death equals execution. Victim 4 was killed without a sign of violence. But yeah, no, once you get big enough, then you're able to do and make whatever decisions that you kind of want, and then the audience will follow, because at that point they really like you. Victim 3 was respected colonel and community community pillar. Suspected member of the process. No sign of violence. The time eating curse. The best format would restart 2 to 3 videos that address both people interested in a game and just searched it, and the people who play the game want to get the buyer's justification by giving them some back about the game being good. Like short form reviews. Which isn't a bad idea, because that time limit would actually stop me from going very overboard on a lot of different aspects. Like, I would have to be concise, but then that concise nature would just be a benefit. The killer knew or researched the victims. But then I would also have to continuously probably play or get through certain games. Or in an event like something like Gacha, it would be something like useful info. Most people drop videos after the second mark. Yeah, after the second minute mark. Yep. Yeah, that's what, yeah, short form content. Which is true, and which does create a unique... It's not necessarily a unique issue for me specifically, but it is an issue that I end up running into fairly often, which is that, like, one, I like longer forms content. I like more in-depth kind of conversations. I like being able to have a more articulate discussion, but that's not necessarily a very useful case when it comes to getting either your name out there or kind of watching something that's easy to spread around. Let me see if I can get a concise idea about this real quick. So the killer knew the victims or researched them. If they are named the judge, on crime scene 1, so first murder. So that doesn't mean that it necessarily needs to be the same MO. The killer fought with victim 1. Victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. Victim 1 owed money to the mafia. Killings could be linked to the mafia. That's actually true. Well, that's if that's true. The dots equal an execution. No sign of violence for victim 4. So victim 4 is an outlier. Victim 2, you deserve this. Was killed only in a spot without CCTV. That also lines up with the killer knowing and having researched the victims. Victim 2 had a stolen wallet. That is unrelated. If Hervey had it, then it also wouldn't matter. Victim 4 responsible for the Rittikotten scandal, never trialed. Victim 4... Hang on, there was one that was over here? There was something. YouTube tutorials has an extended every 3 minutes, so the same video could go in 2 directions. True. My one caveat with that is that I don't think I've literally ever edited a video for vertical viewing. For a vertical format. Semi-untrue. Well, no, that means that clips would also be useful for that. Kill left the message in chalk on the first 4 scenes. So 4 breaks the MO. 3 is consistent. 3 is consistent with the first 2, with the first 3. Justice fought with the killer, but then victim 4. So victim 4 allowed it to happen. But then also, because that's also something that I've been somewhat facing or coming to terms with, is a bit of a stronger. You do have to make like a very strong central type of branding. Like a very easily identifiable type of personality and image to kind of map onto. Victim owed money to the mafia. Only the first killing is linked to the mafia. The deaths are in execution. The killer left the message in chalk on the first 3 scenes, but there is a 4th victim. Killed only in a spot without CCTV, which means that they would have knowledge about where CCTV footage is. True, Banii Cho is. But I guess... I guess a part of, like, at least when it comes to... Briefly worked with Charles van Bruggen, victim 2. Got health issue after Rubicon health scandal. So even if he is related to victim 2, it does not mean he's related to victim 4. Victim 4, however, is... Died 2 years ago, mom got health issues with the Rubicon scandal, getting relationship and just got this information. You are a cop. A cop would likely know where CCTV footage is. A cop would also be able to walk directly into... that's probably all that I can get. Yeah, no, the branding is good and fine. It's so much... It's growth and cultivating the kind of brand image. And it's also mostly the fact that I'm doing it across the mediums that I haven't necessarily done them across before. Like, I'm very familiar with Twitch and YouTube, but they're not exactly formats that I've done most of my kind of research in. Only until like the past couple years have I really made more of a significant push when it came to Twitch. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You pull open the sofa bed, which unfolds an unpleasant creak. You collapse on the mattress. The Atelier would be good branding for YouTube. The Atelier branding would be very good for the YouTube channel. For having associated content that would also be good with it, aside from it just being a VOD dump. But a lot of that is like specifically when it comes to the focus on YouTube. Because I do know that growth between YouTube and Twitch are 2 separate things, but they both require kind of similar but different type of methods. I think one thing that I've gotten at least somewhat better at is recognizing my own limitations. Let me rephrase that. I am getting better at recognizing where my strengths lie and recognizing where some of my limitations are, which has been helping me at least kind of focus more on what is better for me to kind of put my attention towards, in terms of like not only the things that I should be streaming, but also playing and doing. Is different locations that I can just go to? We're talking meta, which we did every check mark on the meta. Which is which if we did every check mark on the meta, we would spend every second alive doing it. Yeah. I don't want to listen to the radio immediately. I think actually the I think honestly the thing that's really kind of made me change the most when it comes to recognizing a lot of like the online branding stuff and especially a lot of the VTuber stuff has been when I played No Straight Roads, because the Sayu boss very like the Sayu boss is like the standout one because it's like, oh look, it's the cute virtual idol, but like it really hit me. The passenger manager cab is sad. It really hit me because like the Sayu character was like effectively created by like one guy on DeviantArt, the game's universe version of DeviantArt, and then it was like, hey, I made this. Then it's like somebody else said, oh, I really like this. We could turn this into something, and like, oh, they made a cute character, and then somebody said, oh, I want to voice this, and then it was another person that said like, oh, I can do like music and stuff like this, and like it wasn't just one singular person behind the Sayu character and the avatar. Like it was a very conscious and like consolidated like group effort that became this giant idol that became one of the powerful brands that NSR represented, and like kind of ever seeing that and unlocking that entire or like some bits of the story and seeing that beginning and seeing how the fight does that and like shows all the different components that go into making that type of VTuber. A lot of the stuff that's been going on with VShojo and a lot of the girls that have been leaving and wanting to get their managers back. Like, there's a lot that people can do on their own. Suise made her own model on her own, and she did like do a lot of stuff that she could on her own. But you can't do everything on your own because there's always going to be because like there'll be some people that have more help than you. And that's not like to say that it's a bad thing that those other people have like just people who are willing to help them or have had that experience with people who are willing to help them. It just goes to show how much that help really does tend to factor into things. Like there's a lot that a lot of VTubers can do on their own, but at the same time, because they're doing so much of it on their own, it is splitting them and pulling them kind of like at the seam. Not at the seams, that's too dramatic. It's pushing them to limits that others don't necessarily need to face, while also trying to worry about expanding. Like that was a big thing that I ended up seeing a lot with certain VTubers, especially when they were starting a couple years ago, especially back on Twitter, where like a lot of them were like saying, "Oh, your favorite VTuber is doing so much on their own." Like some of them were doing like their own background art. Some of them were doing like their own was again planning the streams, doing the thumbnails. A lot of them were doing the self promotion. A lot of them were also doing songs. They were also trying to figure out how to do mixing and covers, and it is a lot. And there are some people that can do it, and those people that can do those things on their own are very admirable, and like some of them like genuinely are super impressive and deserve their roses. But at the same time, the ones that don't need to spread themselves nearly as thin, the ones that do get that help from other people, even if it is like slightly, like there's a reason why very big VTubers tend to have managers or like other people or people like that can just do things that they can't do. Um, even even other VTubers, like ones who are teaching the other ones who might be teaching others like more about the idol stuff, ones who might need more tech support than others. Uh, like no, even even for a single VTuber, like there is very valid reasons why a lot of them would have multiple different connections. Biggest competition of load VTubers are annoying bratting enemy VTubers. Also, majority of noise, which makes you harder to stand out. Yeah, that's typically when it comes to a lot of very, because it is a lot easier for some to stand out in different ways, both for good and bad reasons. Um, and a lot of people would kind of interpret that as like either needing like a very strong or specific hook, but then there's also ones that, which is why they end up going into niches, like something that provides them some type of edge or something that lets them stand out in comparison to others. You don't really see it with me, largely because like it takes me a while to open up to other people, which makes getting and doing collabs a little bit difficult. But when I'm comfortable around certain people, or at least when I am comfortable with certain people, like I feel like I have a really interesting and like kind of fun rapport with them. Like when I'm really in sync with somebody, like it's like I can banter with them and like it's fun. Like it doesn't feel like a performance, even though like I am kind of sometimes intentionally nudging at them or setting up for certain jokes. But a lot of that is just like having fun with people. Um, and admittedly, because I was complimented on this, I do feel like I am a good kind of like solo conversationalist, if you can even call that a word. Call that words. That's two words, not just one with a weird little hyphen. Um, I am good at kind of just yapping and kind of like talking and doing things on my own. But that doesn't mean I don't like talking with other people. I don't like having that rapport and spending time with other people. One of my favorite memories of like streaming was when me and Yara played through Spiritfarer. Like that was one of my most favorite streams, and that was one of the few streams where I like openly cried. Um, but like no, that was a really fun time. But I don't get a lot of avenues for really collabing with other people. One, I don't get a lot of opportunities to collab with other people, and I think that that is a very strong aspect of me that doesn't really get to show much often. If Banii yaps alone in the woods, do they make noise? Well, that depends. Do you consider trains as trains? You can really tell that the white wine really has started kind of hitting a little. Um, that depends on if you consider trees to be living organisms or if they actually retain the sound waves and vibrations to the things that I say. Um, that reminds me, I still probably should play Darkwood for October. Aside from the point, um, yeah, I think honestly that yeah the majority of noise which makes you harder to stand out, like that's kind of like I think my hardest. I think a lot of that, I think that's kind of currently my biggest hurdle to overcome. Like I think I know enough, not in a facetious way where it's like, yeah, I know better. Like, why am I not popular yet? I know I'm not popular yet. Uh, the problem is that I don't know how to make myself stand out. but at the same time, I've never really done or tried to make myself stand out. Um, Very much when it comes to kind of generally speaking, a lot of my past experiences, not necessarily when it comes to being a creator, but just like in general when it came to school and a bunch of other things, I never really tried to be somebody who stood out, which has had unfortunate knock-on side effects when it comes to a work like this. You feel at diminished returns? Not necessarily. No, I think a lot of like what I've been doing, a lot of what I kind of have been building up has been like very worthwhile, and I very much think that it's definitely like I don't regret doing this. I don't regret my VTuber stuff. I don't regret um, the money I've put into professional voice equipment. Um, I don't think I regret. I don't. No, I don't regret. Uh, I don't regret a lot of decisions that I made for the past. At this point, like what, past 5 years? Like I've definitely been cutting it like very close in terms of like making back my investment on a lot of these things. But no, between the experience, between how close that a lot of this has brought me to people that I genuinely really do um, admire and respect, a lot of the people who are in overlap of voice actors and VTubers and entertainers, I very much do not regret my experience doing this. Even if, like, I have been, like, because I've been streaming for a while and I haven't really gotten past, no, I haven't gotten past, like, what a lot of people would kind of consider quote unquote beginner milestones. But, no, I don't think I regret any of the. I don't regret any decisions that I've made in relation to the work that I've been doing. I feel very genuinely proud of a lot of the things that I've been able to accomplish and the things that I've done so far. And I do recognize how far I have come, while it is also still, again, kind of like fighting and clawing and thrashing my way, like to make whatever little bit of progress that I made. I heard a statistic like the other day that really threw me off, where somebody said like they have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and they're like, yeah, that technically puts me in the top 10% of 10% of YouTubers, and that really made me think again, because I had a little, I didn't really like fully study it, but there was a lot of things that I did look into when it came to Twitch, where it was like, yeah, a lot of people end up getting stuck at like 1 to 2 viewers, not really getting past, or like even 3 viewers. Like a lot of that stuff is kind of like fine. Like I think I have all of the requirements for I have like all of the requirements for affiliate, aside from the viewer count thing. I don't remember what it was. Where it's like collective viewers for like over a month. I think it was something like that. And that YouTube statistic put it really into perspective for me, because it made me think, oh, the bar for those things isn't necessarily as high as you would think. And I am a lot closer to them than I previously thought. But again, because it is like that having 1,000 subscribers, having that 1,000 subscribers put you in the top 10% of YouTubers. Having like 3 concurrent viewers or having like slightly more than that does, like, that is a significant milestone for Twitch. Welcome back, Effie. Because those are like very significant milestones, it also means that that's a lot of other channels that you're either having to kind of not necessarily beat, but also kind of have to cut through by doing different things. And by different things, I mean things that they're not doing, or making the correct moves and steps that they're not doing so that you can surpass them. Like, there's a lot of YouTube channels that get stuck at like at less than 1,000 subscribers. And so the question is, oh well, do you just upload more? Do you make better do you make better quality content? How do you make better quality content? All because you make a viral video, it doesn't necessarily translate all those viewers into subscribers. Like, 5 to 10% of the people who view a video end up becoming subscribers. What do you do to make that conversion rate? Like, yeah, there's a lot of various different things that all factor into it, and it's not necessarily a slow and steady race. All because you build it does not necessarily mean that those people will come. But one thing that I especially learned when it came to watching various VTubers, and especially seeing the ones that end up getting to a company like Hololive, this, yeah, the simplest, hardest question is, who's my target audience? And I don't have an answer for that. I don't have necessarily a very specific target audience that I have in mind, because I don't necessarily have like a specific target of like, oh, I want to appeal to people who are like very heavily into competitive games. I also don't necessarily only want to play gacha games. I like have a variety of different interests. I have a variety of different tastes. Like, that's why I still call myself a variety streamer, because like I like playing very unique games like Nightcall, which have less than like 3,000 followers. But then I also want to play stuff like Devil May Cry, play stuff like Marvel Rivals when the graphics card works, play certain gachas and have different ideas. Playing Tribe 9, like, I like being able to find what is like my favorite. I like finding my new favorite game and having these very new, unique experiences. But I don't have a very specific target audience in mind, because I guess like the target audience that I have in mind would be somebody who wants to be on that ride with me. Like, I keep, one, Happy Chainsaw Man Tuesday. Two, I'm thinking of it because it's the single quote from Chainsaw Man that has stuck with me more than anything else. It's the Tribe 9 was such a fun experience. But like, nobody's watching it because it's a dead gacha, so who cares? But then I played it and then I cared. But like, it comes back to that Chainsaw Man quote from part 1 where Denji's on a date with Makima. And like, Denji asks her, like, why do you watch so many of these movies even if like you don't really like them? And her response is, I typically only like about like 1 out of 10. I typically only like about 1 out of every 10 movies that I've seen. 1 out of every 10 movies that I watch. But I've had that one movie change my life. And like, I like having that experience. I like being able to try 10, 20, 30, maybe even 40 or 50 different types of games. And even if some of them aren't like the best thing I've ever played, I like giving them that chance of being that one that I like, or especially being that one that ends up changing my life. Like, I feel like Tribe 9 definitely is one of those games. Like, that is one of my new all-time favorite games. And I think that's probably like but you can't. But doing that is hard. Doing that and having like an established audience and finding something like that is really hard when you have so many other people who are also playing like different games every now and then, or they establish themselves as like somebody that a lot of people end up rallying behind because they have a very strong and captivating personality. And then in comparison to somebody like me who's effectively been trying to subdue so much of my personality for so long, it's a very hard hurdle to overcome. Not in the sense where like it's hard for, well, one, it is hard for me to grow an audience if you haven't been able to tell, but but in a sense that like there's so many other people who are like very open, loud, bombastic, like very easy to clip, whereas someone like me, unless, for lack of a better term, provoked, I don't know. I think one of my best aspects is the fact that I can have like a really good, coherent conversation for like 20 to 30 minutes. Like, one of my favorite things to do with friends is just like talk about like a very specific thing and just kind of have the conversation flow and turn into that type of thing. That's why I'm here, and I appreciate you being here. I appreciate everyone who takes time out of the day to be here and spend time with me. That's why I end my streams the way that I do. Because no, I do genuinely appreciate it. Because there's a bunch of other streamers. There's a lot of other streamers with a lot of various other different appeals and the things that they do and the things that they say. And I can understand the appeal of that. Some of those streamers I'm also a very big fan of. Like, I wouldn't be a VTuber if I wasn't like a fan of a lot of the Hololive streamers back in, God, like what, 2018. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't a fan of like Kazuna Ai back when I remember her playing Resident Evil 7. Of a very funny dragon that was at Hololive. Or a certain singing Shinigami. Like, no, I understand why a lot of people have different appeals. And I think one thing that I've been getting better at least when it comes to myself, is recognizing that I don't need to be like the people that I'm a huge fan of, or the people that I look up to, or the people that I'm a fan of, in order for other people to also necessarily be a fan of what I do. And getting used to and kind of identifying my own strengths has always been a very significant weakness of mine. But I think I'm slowly getting better at it. It's also a trap that closes circle on like-minded people. Yeah. Because at a certain point you start trying to overlap with them too much, and then people would see you and just go like, oh, why would I like you when you're just like this other version of somebody? And like, that's why it's important to kind of like just be yourself. But you can be yourself and have people still drawn to that. But you also kind of have to do stuff to make sure that people even know that you exist. And that's where marketing comes in. And that's a huge part of marketing, is like letting people even know that you exist. Because there's a tendency to plot everything from the circle. Yeah. That's why I'm not I'm not trying to throw shade, especially after she just came back, or appeared from the sea. But there's a very unsubtle reason as to why you see a lot of very nautical themed VTubers, perhaps, sporting very similar color palettes. Um, in essence, if I want to be really mean, I can just circle this back to, hey, shoujo's very shonen, not shoujo. Well, shoujo can be popular, but there's a reason why a lot of shows that are very shonen typically draw in a lot of attention, because they tend to be fairly similar, and draw on a lot of that same type of audience. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just means that there's a lot of people looking at very similar things. And I've always had a hard time with fitting in, because fitting in sounds a little bit boring to me. That's why I play indie French games about driving a taxi in Paris while drinking white wine, being so up my own ass. And ranting about philosophy and Evangelion. Notice I also reworks some stuff from my presence in disc because I don't want to. I don't want to be here for something that is a sore. Just be yourself. Like, a lot of my life philosophy comes down to just being yourself. Which is very funny because it's very hard for me to follow that rule. His livid complexion and vacant eyes tell you he is at the end of his rope. He falters, the word stuck in his throat. I just want to go for a drive. How about the Bois de Venecis? For as much as I really do like French, I really can't eye it. You nod and start the cab. You drive without saying a word. Every once in a while, you glance back at your passenger. His color seems to be gradually returning. My name is Julian Paz. I am a computer scientist, and you'll be hearing about me in the next couple of days. He falls silent and places a hand over his stomach. He seems to be in pain. Do you want to see a doctor? His phone starts vibrating. He looks down at it but doesn't move. My parents. Something's up. He sighs. His eyes are fixed on you. I have just released over 30 years of police records. The words burst from him in an angry rush. 30 years of secret files, of wheeling and dealing, of violence and corruption. This is a very, very massive kind of tone shift. 30 years of money, mine and yours, used to cover it all up. Well, not anymore. It's all over now. Nothing will ever be the same. He's wearing a nasty smile, strained and humorless. Why did you do it? Why? Because I had to. His voice breaks. Basically, I'm an archivist. 2 years ago, my team and I started digitizing police archives, and there was a bunch of pretty sensitive stuff in there. He closes his eyes. My boss wanted to inform our superiors to let them know that some of the documents were highly sensitive, but I convinced them not to say anything, not to do anything. Last month I retired. I took over for him. The words seemed to be shoring him up. He sits a little straighter, almost imperceptibly. And so I started contacting NGOs, independent organizations, journalists. I gave them access to tons of data. He looks you straight in the eye. This is the land of human rights, isn't it? My grandparents fled fascism under Franco, and if they chose to come here, to France, it was for that reason. A pause. I owe it to them. There are files, entire files on fascist pigs in uniforms, on how they helped the militias, how they armed certain splinter groups, in order to control the anarchists, the students, and the ultra-globalists. There were other files on how 25 years of scheming kept the police commissioner in office despite his neo-Nazi buddies. When I saw all that, I said enough. A lengthy pause. He stares vacantly into space. I don't know how they let all that get into my hands, to tell you the truth. There were whole boxes of testimonies and reports. There's a slight change of tone in his voice, lower and more confident. Somebody had to do something. His confidence suddenly vanishes. He snaps. Fuck, man. Fucking shit. I've lost everything. I really blew it. His voice trails off. His phone is starting to vibrate again. Maybe they're worried. He holds up a hand. Thank you, but I need to be left alone. You nod and continue on to the Bois de Venecius. The ride continues in silence. Your passenger ignores his cell phone. It keeps on vibrating over and over again. Every so often, you steal a glance at him in the rearview mirror. Your passenger can't be more than 35, but he already seems a lot older. Especially his voice. It's broken, vulnerable from a fall. Poor guy. You notice his scalp. His hair has white roots. And his eyes, dark circles. Are you trying to remember my face? So you'll be able to recognize me on TV? No, You're a little taken aback, but the tone of his voice isn't malicious. Only a little bitter, perhaps. They say TV distorts faces. That it softens the lines. That noses look thinner. I don't know if it's true. We'll find out when they drag me through the mud. The phone vibrates again. He looks down at the screen and shrugs. Can I ask you something? He looks up. You can see the apprehension in his eyes. The fear, too. Yeah. I'm investigating the judge. The man leans a little closer to you. Why are you doing that? His November victim was one of my clients. You pause. An almost imperceptible change comes over your passenger's face. I heard about a witness. It's you? You nod. If I could see the files you're talking about. You're trying to catch him by yourself. I don't want to lie to him. I'm helping the cops. You're what? I'm giving them a little help, asking a few questions, keeping my eyes open. Damn. No, I'm sorry. No, I refuse to do anything to help them. Do you realize He lowers his eyes. A slight change comes over his voice. It seems softer, slightly childlike. Were you afraid? What do you mean? When he attacked you, were you afraid? The picture on the side street flashes through your mind. The rain, the smell of gunpowder. And that stupid question, where did all that blood come from? Not at the time. It all happened too fast. He nods. Your passenger is biting the side of his cheek. Well, okay. I'll help you. Not a word to the police. It'll be better for both of us. Thank you. Wait until we see what we uncover. You give him your suspect list. He carefully notes their names. You notice his fingers shaking. I can't promise you anything, but I'll take a look. How can I get the information to you if I come up with something? Leave anything you find for me at the fleet garage. Can we trust them? You nod. Yes, entirely. A pause. He's staring at you. Take my word for it. Fine. You're getting close to Bois de Venise now. Where should I drop you? There's a cafe on the boulevard near the park entrance. Near the chateau. You nod. I know it. I want to see the sun come up. You glance at the time on your clock and smile, and a smile flickers across your face. The castle. It's so big and so empty. Can you imagine everything that can be put in there, hidden in there? He moves his head from side to side, as if keeping time with the thoughts going around in his head like a song. You pull up outside the cafe in question. The passenger hands you his fare. Keep the change. And don't forget my face. Please. Keep it etched in your memory. I'm... An uneasy pause. I'm afraid of forgetting it myself. Your eyes follow him until he enters the cafe. He sits down, orders something, then picks up the newspaper on the table next to him. A few seconds later, he seems to be just another ordinary guy. He could be anyone, a simple bystander. You drive away. I like that guy. I may be way too far north before getting like anybody actually useful. That would be all the way around. I guess we go this way. I really had no intention of going on to that long like monologue, but I guess that's what happens every once and again. A street little off Palace de Elitui? Your client is pacing back and forth in front of a jazz club that's just closed. He raises his walking stick and hails your cab. I also blame myself on that. That's hardly a bad thing. That's not something that you should be blaming yourself for. What's the point in Twitch if you're not able to have like a fun impromptu discussion? I will blame myself for bringing out the white wine, but then I will also blame the game for setting its game in Paris because I felt it was appropriate for the mood setting. Your client is pacing back and forth. Speaking of, after this, I'm probably gonna go and get water because, like, because right now I'm like kind of sipping through whatever tea I have. He climbs into the cab straight away. Oh my god. Pere Lachaise Cemetery, please. The northern entrance in the 20th arrondissement. So tired, I can't keep my eyes open. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for stopping by, Effie. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Another drunk passenger, perhaps, and yet this one's sitting up perfectly straight, walking stick across knees. His getup reminds you of another night creature, a regular customer with a taste for young flesh, both men and women. Looks like they move in the same circles, a strange world of... Your passenger's insistent gaze in the rearview mirror cuts your musing short. Is everything okay? Say, I'm a little hungry. And you? No, I'm just off my break. What a pity. I would have asked you to share a little morsel with me. Are you perfectly sure? Your passenger tilts his head slightly to one side, an amused twinkle in his eye. Perhaps even hunger? I eat light at night. How odd, for a man of your build. He breathes a theatrical sigh. What a pity. I'm absolutely famished. The ride continues in silence. Your passenger appears increasingly restless. He's fiddling with his walking stick, his eyes darting this way and that. You are in one of the narrow, one-way streets leading up the Gambetta Square in Père Cemetery. The early morning delivery van ahead of you comes to a sudden stop. Your passenger flings the door open all at once and breaks into a run. By the time you get out, he's disappeared into the night. You stand there a minute, and then, numb with cold, climb back into the car. You glance over to the back seat and discover a tear in the upholstery, as if the surface of the seat had been clawed by a tiger. Was that? You turned the ignition over. Is that a vampire? That's a choice. Okay, that ended a little bit sooner than I expected. Metro Victor Hugo, please. The passenger gets in a cab and gives you her address. Her voice is muted, far away. You started the cab. Midnight in Paris. You couldn't expect anything else. She appears rather meek, subdued, like she's about to fade away. You look up at her. She returns your gaze, but she's not there. It's as if you weren't looking at an actual person, but a silhouette instead, in the shape of a human being. Everything all right? Your question surprises her. Leonie. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Her eyes in a rearview mirror tell another story. You seem preoccupied. Your passenger flinches. She's obviously uncomfortable. No, it's nothing. I was thinking about my thesis. Lately, that's all I think about. Your thesis? Yes. Not another word. She turns her head slightly, as if thinking about something unpleasant. What's the subject? The progressive nuns of Rance Abbey at the dawn of the industrial era. The air in the cab seems icy. I didn't quite get that. It's a thesis on nuns who introduced quasi-industrial production regulations at a time when the rest of Europe, she sighs. It's deadly boring, a subject that no one's interested in. My thesis supervisor, for a start, my parents, my ex, and worst of all, even me. She stares at you. The subject is a trap. It's never been explored, and it informs our perception of women in the 18th century. Ooh. No, like now I'm super interested too. But no one is interested in it. That's how it goes. I got used to my thesis, to the subject. Doctoral theses are rarely interesting, you know. But mine, I think I've hit rock bottom. You shouldn't say that. I don't need your pity. She speaks in cool, clipped tones without any animosity. You find it disconcerting. I chose the path I'm on. I'm entirely accountable for it. She hesitantly lifts a hand. But I'm the one who chose my thesis. Me and no one else. To be honest, I will no doubt be the only thing that remains of me when I die. What do your friends think? My boyfriend dumped me 3 months ago. He said I was spending too much time on my thesis. But the truth is, it was the thesis itself that was the problem. He thought I was stupid, a waste of time, boring. He wasn't exactly a feminist. Definitely sounds like it. He was pretty old-fashioned in a way. I knew it. I could see it coming. And my parents, how should I put it? A weary smile tugs at the corner of her mouth as if she enjoys the thought of seeing loathsome people suffer. My parents think... Her voice falters. She is unable to go on. It takes her a few seconds to pluck up the courage to speak again. My parents think I've made a mess of my life. I know they do. They haven't said so, of course. They are there for me. They help me. But deep down, they know it's too late. I'm 28. I'm doing a doctoral thesis on 18th century nuns. My brothers went to top business schools and earned MBAs. They're married and have children. And me, I'm compiling pages and pages of information on nuns. You pull up to the passenger's address, an opulent-looking building in the 16th entrustment. The young woman is perfectly still, seemingly paralyzed. I am very grateful to you for having tried to cheer me up. Without success, but I really appreciate your trying. A trace of a smile plays across her lips. You believe that everyone has a purpose in life. She shrugs. I don't. She hands you the fare, then exits the cab without a word. A moment later, she's walking away, heading towards her building. You sit there a moment longer, then start up the cab. I liked her. Very short, but she was very... I want to see what Santa's up to. But give me 1 second to go and make tea. Be right back. How's that boring with a title like that? It's not. Oh, I thought you were talking about like the title of this stream for a second. Honestly, I also really genuinely don't know too much French. Like, I thought you were talking about the title of the stream for a sec. Let me actually see what this does. Fingers poised in front of the car radio. You're trying to find something to listen to. Like the only two things I can genuinely say in French are comment allez-vous? Oh, right. That was about the I am so maybe the white wine. Maybe the white wine, because we're in France, might be having a little bit more of an effect on me than initially anticipated. Because I was about to explain like how the only French that I knew was comment allez-vous? I think saying I think knowing je ne sais quoi is fairly commonplace. But I think my favorite it is only white wine. It's not, I don't, it is only slight. It's not, I'm not, the rosy cheeks are for when I get really bad, but the only officer, it really only was one cup. Yes, I refilled the cup. How else are you going to determine how many cups of wine I've drank? It was only one cup. I filled it a couple times, but it was still only one cup. The only other bit of French that I do know how to say, and I purely learned it because of how funny it is je non parle en français. Which is really funny because I did run into somebody who does speak French, and then I hit them. I think I hit them with "Je parle en français," and then they actually responded back, and then I said, and then what did I say? Fuck. I said, merci, excusez-moi. Je non parle en français. Purely because I think it's really funny to not know a language, but to know how to specifically say, I do not know that language in that language. And admittedly, I did entirely steal that joke from Family Guy. That is the one that I will steal. The bystander being questioned about the judge is convinced the murders are linked to organized crime. So obvious he doesn't go into detail. Since knows it's over, you turn off the radio and the cat is silent again. So I didn't get anything really new from that. It is easier to read than to speak. Yes, very true. Ooh, somebody who I need is like right next to me. I definitely learned that. What French? I need a ride, cabby. Wait, Hervey. You're here again. It's easier to read to speak. Yes. Especially French. It's Herbie. He greets you with bizarre verbal tech, as usual. How's it going? Oing. Hi, Herbie. You start the engine. You look in the rearview mirror and realize that the homeless man is clutching his left side. Well, alright. Already. Freddy. Is everything alright? He gives you a vague answer. Yeah, sure. Fine. A pause. He can't help making a face. You're really not looking that great. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got in a little fight last night with this guy. But that's all taken care of now. All taken care of. He smiles, revealing a row of bad teeth. What kind of fight? With the wave of his hand, he changes the subject. Bah, who gives a shit about what kind of fight it was? All you need to know is he took something that belonged to me, and he paid the price. He closes his eyes a moment. So yeah, he wasn't all that bad. But if you let someone steal your stuff, you're done for, sure? You have to show him you're tough, that you're a big shot. He pulls a sour smile. Sometime later, your passenger clears his throat. You wouldn't happen to have a little something to drink, would you? Sorry, this white wine's only for me. You know, like they do in those newfangled cabs these days. Chauffeur-driven cars. Yeah, that's right. Right. I don't have anything. Sorry. He nods. I don't mean water, you know. You smile. I realize that. He sighs. Usually you're not such a pain. I'm worried. He opens his mouth to say something, then stops short. Yeah, I know, man. Sorry. He gives you a black look. Questions, you know. I've got those morning, noon, and night. I'm sick and tired of them. He loses himself in thought. As you drive along, you see him struggling to keep his eyes open. They are more often shut than open now. Your passenger's head jerks back up. You're a really good guy, you know? Yo? Your passenger gives you a sleepy smile. Hey. Serious. You don't mind if I get a little shut-eye on the way, do you? You nod. Enjoy. He gives you a smile, but it's still a painful grimace. Next thing you know, he's sound asleep. You continue to drive in silence, soothed by the warm air of the car heater. You pull up in front of a nondescript gray building. Your passenger immediately wakes up and looks around. Shit, this is great. I'm first. Where are we? An organization that hands out clothes for winter. I heard they were going to open up the new... A pause. He's searching for the right word. A new shop, you could say. And I'm the first one, huh? When does it open? 2 days from now. Your eyes widen. Your passenger gives the little laugh. Don't worry. I have plenty of time to keep me busy. He pats his pant pocket. I found some books. One on yoga. And then a book by that old handsome dude. You know, the guy who talks on the radio. It'll help me pass the time. He gives you a tap on the shoulder. He reaches for the door and stops short, overcome with a spasm of pain. Fuck. Are you okay? Yeah, don't worry. I'm taking you to the hospital. No, I'm good. He opens the door and climbs gingerly out. And, thanks for turning up the heat. That was nice. Next thing you know, he's disappeared down a dark side street. You sigh and start the cab. Poor guy. There's really not a lot kind of nearby that I could really do. I could probably get one more customer and then that's it. The young woman who gets in your cab is exhausted. Her voice is thick, her eyes half closed, her movements jerky. Her name tag is still pinned to her jacket. She gets her address wrong twice and makes a brief but polite apology. My nose. You start the cab and leave the hospital parking lot. A few minutes later, you clear your throat. Hard night. The young woman doesn't answer. You turn around. Your passenger is staring outside, shivering. You turn up the heat a little and continue on your way. Streets pass by. It's as if you're alone in the world, not a soul in Paris. In the rearview mirror, the young woman starts twitching slightly, as if already dreaming. What could she be dreaming about? You are nearing the address she gave. The minute you park, she opens her eyes and jolts awake. I was not sleeping. We're here. It takes her a second or two to realize where she is. Her shift over, the cab. Gosh, sorry, She pays the fare and despite her fatigue, manages to smile. Sorry. Go get some rest. She gives you a faint smile. Thanks for the advice. You can't decide whether her remark is cutting or sincere. She blinks hard and is getting ready to leave the cab when she suddenly whispers. It feels like I'm already dead. A pause. On the radio, an Algerian song plays. She stays put for a minute without speaking. The cab door has opened, but just a crack. You didn't even hear the familiar click of the mechanism. The cold night air is seeping into the cab. Her eyes are riveted onto her knees. I killed a patient tonight. By accident. She gets out all at once and says, "Good night." Your eyes follow her as she enters the building. You sit there for another minute until the light in the lobby automatically switches off. That's tragic. And it's like, yeah, it was a really... It gets the meaning. It's a lot of very... It's atmospheric. It was very atmospheric for a very short car ride. An envelope. Someone slid it under your door. Bus set. You open it straight away. It's a police file. You lay it on the table. It must be from your passenger, the whistleblower. You smiled. He kept his word. You take a few minutes to update your board with new clues. A bus goes by, making a wall shake. You take your shoes off before getting to work. Julian's files, and then a picture of crime scene 4. Okay. So we got a lot. And we got, oh my god. Background's first case, a child molester. Retired cop, joined the police in 1977, divorced from a judge. Born in France, Antilles, moved to mainland France in 1976. Heard its dad worked on Risk and Scandal. Dad was a cop, financial affairs, died 2 years ago. Mom got health issues after a Ridison health scandal. Spent bullet case. That's not really helpful. We already know that they used a gun. Victim 3. Colonel of the Junta, the process. So victim 3 was the colonel of the process. I still don't know what I don't know what the process means. Harvey received money from the Ridicon trial. Victim 3. First 3 victims file not part of police leak. So that means that nobody but somebody with an internal connection would know. I don't think it's Salim. If the first 3 victims were not part of police leak, that means the first 3 victims' files would have been people who were either directly connected or cops themselves. Victim 4 responsible for Ridicon scandal, never trialed. Dad was a cop, financial affairs, died 2 years ago. Mom got health issues after Ridicon health scandal. I don't want to say Harvey did it either. Because he would need a gun. Lost their parents to the Argentinian junta, the process. So that gives her at least like a motive and connection to victim 3, but it does not give her a connection to the other 2 cases. The killer knew the victims or researched them. Justice, the killer fought with victim 1. Victim 1 owed money to the mafia. Victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. Killer fought with victim 1. So right now, well, I think she's too much of a coincidence. I think it's down to these 2. Killings could be linked to a mafia. That's only 1. Killer left a message and chalk on 3 crime scenes. Death was an execution. You deserve this. Victim 4. No sign of violence. Colonel of the junta, the process, respected colonel and community pillar, suspected member of the process, time's up. That gives her a motive for victim 3, but does not give her a motive for victims 1 through 4. And if they're trying to enact justice based off of criminals who were never able to be judged before. The weapon is a rare gun used in the 70s. I would need to get information on these 2 specifically. Also need more info on the specific, when does the game take place? I think that's actually a very good question. I should have been paying, given the smartphone, given Twitter, I think at least it would probably be like the 2010s, mid-2010s France. Spent bullet case. That doesn't matter. We know victim 1 owed money to the mafia. The killer fought with victim 1. Victim 1 owed money to the mafia. Victims killed with 1 bullet to the neck. '70s rare gun is very vague, but also oddly specific. Yeah. Because... yeah. If his dad was a cop in financial affair and died 2 years ago... If Perot had a father who was on the force, it gives him at least a connection of possibly having a firearm from the 70s. Suspected member of the community, colonel of the process. Victim 2 killed only in a spot without CCTV. But cop guns are rare. But are cop guns rare? That is a good question. Since they are mass-produced. 2 had a stolen wallet. Victim 4 did not put up a fight. First 3 victims. Dad was a cop, died 2 years ago. Mom got health issues at the Ridicon health scandal. Right now, he's the one that probably has the most. Killer knew the victims or researched them. First 3 victims' files were not part of the police link, which means that they would have to have access to cops' info ahead of time. The chalk was only on the first 3. Which means 4 still breaks the MO. Where is... 2 had the chalk, 2 had a stolen wallet, 2 was killed only in a spot without CCTV. First case with a child molester. I don't know what that has to do with anything though. Gun scandal, that would be tied to 4. You deserve this. Time is up. Respected member process. Respected member of the community. Escaped from Argentina when she was young, lost her parents to the Argentina junta, the process. So that would have been a mob. Well, not necessarily. I don't fully know what that means. The only one that breaks the MO is 4. But only victim 4 showed no signs of violence. Responsible for the Ridicon scandal, never trialed. I need like a little bit more info, but if I can get it between these 2, I can honestly probably solve this. I want like a little bit more info on Victim 4. Victim 4 or something related to cops. Because otherwise I don't really have too much info. The phone rings and you jump. You're not used to hearing it. No one ever calls you. It must be Bassett. Pick up. Bassett sounds irritated. You there? Yeah. Listen, it's... She pauses. You suddenly hear a ruckus in the background, probably noise at the station. Bissett raised her voices. Anyone got the time? Hey, guys, anyone? Fuck, they're all Neanderthals here. Listen, it's early and I'm wiped out. Sorry you, I bet. Let's get straight to the point. What do you have for me? In a calm and methodical voice, you start giving her the evidence you collected. You start with the first suspect, their connection to the victims, the rumors, then the second suspect, and so on. A few minutes in, she lets out a whistle. Not bad at all. Seriously, you should come give a lesson to the zombies I work with. A long sigh. I have some good news for you. We checked the alibi of one of the suspects I gave you. As you listen to her, you turn to the board and pull down the suspect she's referring to. So it's gotta be someone else. She snickers. You know how lucky you are? I'm doing your job for you, pal. Alright, enough chit-chat. I gotta run. I'll call you in 2-3 days, okay? Good doggy. I'll call you in 3 days, and you had better have what I need to make a proper arrest. The DA has fangs. We're pretty sure he's going to turn into a werewolf at some point. She babbles on a while. Her voice becomes softer, but just as sarcastic. That would explain his terrible breath. Okay, I'm out. She hangs up. You hold the hand set to your ear for a while, and you have just one thing in mind, sleeping and forgetting it all. That narrows things down. Junta was the dictatorship. The process is just another name for them. Oh, okay. So right now, I'm kind of closing in on one person at least. Your brain is running at full speed. Your body aches and you are in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. You hope to find more information. Tonight, even as soon as you wake up. You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second. A second later, you're asleep. You open one eye. Your attention turns to shouting upstairs, a door slamming. Typical. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. So you only have like 1 week of solving this. I want to see what one of these landmarks is. What one of these landmarks are. You park your taxi across the stadium just a few meters from a 2-story building. It's an odd brick place that clashes with the huge concrete behemoth that is the Shirtley Stadium. You get out of the car and walk to the front door. You knock. You wait a few minutes. Lights come on, and the door finally opens. Marco appears. Marco's a former taxi driver, a strange guy, a bit spacey and different. He's been working at the stadium for a few years now. Well, shit, you're still alive. That's Marco. You like him. I mean, wow, so nice to see you. Even though he stole your wife. Come in. You want something to drink? Oh, right, you stopped drinking. Cup of coffee? No thanks. You follow him to the caretaker's home. It's pretty nice despite the mess and filth. He sits at the table and points you to sit down as well. The only noise in the room is the TV behind Marco. Before you come by, he was playing a soccer video game. The fans are singing and clapping their hands. So, what you been up to? I have some questions for you. He shakes his head. No, not yet. Man, seriously, no. The last time I helped you out, I lost my job, so the answer is no. You have no choice, and you know it. You owe me this much. Marco drops his head between his shoulders. He starts to beg. I'm telling you, man, I love this job. It's so easy. I get to take care of a stadium that's empty 75% of the time. He sits up roughly in his chair. Behind him on the screen, the stadium is going wild. I need information on Ronan Besson. He straightens up. Ronan, the coach that got killed by the judge? The very one. He was a great guy. Everyone's torn up about it. Spit it out. There were rumors. Some parents heard he was a little too hands-on with the kids a while back. If you get my drift, but no one ever looked into it. Was it true? I don't know nothing. He sighs. A few months ago, Ronan cornered a kid. Like, by the showers, you know what I mean? The kid stabbed him in the thigh with a pair of scissors and ran away. The kid's parents weren't sure whether they'd file a complaint. The club director brought Ronan in and bam, 2 days later, he was murdered. Who else knows this? About the kid? No one, I think. Well, maybe some other parents. Don't know. You get up. One last thing. Name of my suspects. You go through the names of the suspects. No reaction. Until you mention Salim. Wait. The kid's parents. They knew a lawyer. He came 2 days before Ronan was killed. It was Salim Whedon, the same guy who's defending that terrorist. Did he meet Ronan? Yeah, he totally came. He knew Ronan. He was his coach. Like 25 years ago. Small world. His voice suddenly sounds childlike. Don't tell anyone where you got this info, okay? Don't worry. Yeah, I've heard that before. A vuvuzela noise. Oh my god. A vuvuzela noise comes from this screen. I got to play one of those. Not like in like a proper thing, but like the band class that I was in had a vuvuzela. Very funny instrument. He walks you to the door, mumbling with clenched teeth. Every time I run into you, you jinx me. Every single time. You walk around and over to your taxi. Door, key, motor purring. You go back to work. Can't hear the words they said. So if these are like info dumps, then I actually kind of want to go to a couple of them, at least for right now. Because these seems to be like the only things that give me like real info that I can act on. The police archives looks like any other building in Paris. No sign, nothing to make it stand out. But this is where all the case files and criminal records are stored. You know the police well. For several months, you spent a lot of time with the woman who directs it. She was a regular passenger, calling upon you almost every night, first as a driver and then. You can see her shape from across the street. That didn't sound right. You try to prevent your brain from going there, but it has a mind of its own. She's as beautiful as ever. You get out of the cab. You cross over to the sidewalk on the other side. I'm not going to lie, I was surprised by your request. She lights a cigarette. She still has that cold, distant look about her. But you know it's just a facade. You don't smoke anymore. No, I'm trying to quit. She has trouble articulating with the cigarette in her mouth. Good luck with that. I just can't manage. She runs a hand through her hair. Her wedding band shines under the street lamp. You're freezing. Listen, I'm sure you know I'm not allowed to give you this kind of information. But if what you said was true, then you get the impression she's reaching for your side. Her hand brushes over your wound. You think about her body, her habits, how she used to call you in the middle of the night. I fished around, and the first 3 victims were not part of the data leak. Shit. Shit indeed. That means the information about Benson, the Belgian, and the Argentinian one. Gorodischer? Yeah, that's it. It all came from someone who had access to the criminal records. That help? You attempt to smile. Yeah, it's better than nothing. A moment of silence. Helen. Helen? Helen. I don't know why that was about to take me an issue. Wanted to joke about hearing vuvuzelas makes you hear vuvuzelas. Oh my god. Wanted to joke about hearing about vuvuzelas makes you hear vuvuzelas. Technically it does. Well, it makes me at least think of the sound again. Helena takes a drag of her cigarette like there's no tomorrow. She paces a bit to warm herself up. You should come over sometime. What do you think? You grin, you and Helena. You and Helen used to sleep together when things with her husband weren't so good. That wouldn't be a good idea. She turns her head away in a soft, graceful motion. Of course, I don't know why She looks deep into your eyes. You look down. Her hands are shaking. One last smile, and she puts her cigarette out. I've gotta run. Good night. You too. She reaches out to you affectionately, then stops. You decide to cross the street to put some distance between you as quickly as possible. You get in your cab and rub your hands together. Time to get back to your shift. So that's already part of info that I already had. I'm gonna try one more of these, but if I don't get new info that I need. It's a kebab restaurant. Oh. I guess that wasn't anything useful. I'll go to one more. You park a few streets away from the Argentinian embassy. You wait there for your contact. You sigh. It seems so odd to have a contact. So excessive. The guy is one of your regulars poker buddies, a night watchman at the embassy. You get out of your taxi and walk towards the big metal gate. Clean lines, early 20th century. Maybe lots of wrought iron. The gate opens and someone moves towards you. They indicate you should follow them. The person's face is hidden by an oversized hoodie. Your heart starts beating faster. What if it was? It's me, Jamie, your David's buddy. You immediately recognize his accent. You don't feel like you're in any danger and decide to follow him. You walk into a narrow, covered passageway, probably the entrance to a parking lot. The man turns around and lights up a cigarette. The lighter burns up his face for a second. A young man with curly hair, pale skin. He looks young, very young. That'll be 250 euros? What? You want information on Gorstitcher. I got info on Gorstitcher, and it'll cost you 250 euros. So, what'll it be? I got a bargain. He raises his hand in front of his chest. His accent becomes stronger. No. It's 250 euros or nothing. If someone learns I fished around, they'll fire me on the spot. Fuck, I can't pay that. You see disappointment on the young man's face, something holding him back. Okay, listen, give me 200 and we're good, okay? I can't. I'm sorry. The young man walks by you, almost shoving you aside, and keeps going. You hear the embassy door open and close with a heavy bang. A second later, you're back in your taxi. You shake your head in disappointment. You start the car and get back to your shift. I can't pay that. That is too much money. That would be way too much money. An airport. Your passenger slips into the back seat, dragging a backpack that apparently weighs a ton. Do you want to put that in the trunk? She refuses politely, with a shake of the head. Thanks, but I'm going to have to get used to keeping it with me. It's going to be on my back for an entire month. You smile and start the cab. A glance in a rearview mirror, your passenger is rather young, and the camera around her neck looks very expensive. Her backpack, scarf, and clothes are fairly worn. Going hiking? No, not really. She seems a little embarrassed by your question. I'm on my way to Greece to join an NGO rescue vessel that helps migrants trying to make the crossing. And I'm going to do a story on them. Ah, are you a journalist? She smiles, the first since she set off. Yes, a photojournalist. I imagine it's going to get pretty tough. Tough, yes. It's going to be very hard. But I want to do it. I volunteered. I even make a fuss to get the assignment. Her tone of voice is increasingly shrill. I read first-hand accounts. I talked to journalists who have worked on the subject. I can't just ignore the whole thing. She gets a short laugh. I even played a video game about refugees. Beautifully done. Really powerful. I knew I couldn't just sit back and watch. This was my chance to show the world what's going on there. Your passenger's phone starts to ring. Oh, sorry, As she glances at the caller name, her face freezes. She sighs, a troubled smile flickering across her face. Then she takes the call. Hi, Dad. I'm in the cab. Right, yeah, I told you. I tried, but he wouldn't change his mind. Come on, Dad. I already told you I'll be fine. They wouldn't be sending me there if there were... She moves the phone a bit farther from her ear. Come on, Dad, stop. Dad. Listen, everything's going to be fine. I'll be there for 20 days with a group of professionals who have been doing this for years. That's right, a group of rescue professionals. Would you just stop? She sighs heavily. It's no use. She's been down this road 1,000 times. We're about to go into a tunnel, mademoiselle. You're going to cut out. The young woman looks up at you in surprise, then her face lights up. Did you hear that? I have to go. I'll call you back as soon as I'm... She's interrupted again. That's right, I'll call back. She hangs up, wide-eyed, and breathes a long sigh. My parents, they can be a little much at times. She smiles. Anyhow, thanks for jumping in there. You can sense the tension, the wave of frustration and anxiety welling up inside of her. Her unhappiness and anxiety are palpable. She closes her eyes, collecting her thoughts, trying to dispel her negative emotions. If I only had a little time. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just my parents. They're a little... Her hands flutter in the air for a moment. I'll be fine, really. It's just stress. I was just thinking that I'd like to be able to do a little yoga. It really helps me relax. It's an amazing way to unwind, to calm down and release tension. There must be a yoga room somewhere in the airport. We're almost there. Right, of course. You sense she wants to tell you something, but she can't get the words out. She swallows hard and looks away. You concentrate on the road ahead. Your passenger closes her eyes and loses herself to the sound of the humming engine. Silence falls over the cab. Suddenly, she leans forward with a jerk. Any chance of putting on some music? You switch on the radio with a glance in the rearview mirror. What kind of music would she like? Probably something light, with a good beat. But what kind? A song from last summer comes on. It was played absolutely everywhere, day and night. Behind you, the passenger is humming to the flute. It seems to have done the trick. The road keeps passing by, and before long, you're approaching the airport. A moment later, you turn down the radio. The song fades. I'll pull up over here. It'll be easier for you to get out of the cab. You get to the airport drop-off zone. A couple of colleagues greet you with a wave. A few bleak-looking passengers are struggling with huge suitcases in car trunks. A security guard is sitting on a luggage cart, smokes a cigarette, clearly exhausted. Your passenger pays the fare and collects her thoughts, but doesn't leave the cab. Thank you for getting me out of that horrible phone call. I love my parents, but they are suffocating. It could have gone on for hours. So thank you. I have to go now. I have the feeling my parents are going to call again. Might as well go in where it's warm and I'm not a disturbance. Take good care of yourself. I will. Promise. She gets out of the cab with all her gear. Your eyes follow her as she heads to the terminal. The airport doors close behind her. You sit there a minute or two, all by yourself. There's no one around. May as well head out as soon as possible. I am so deathly curious what this Santa has to do with anything. Your next passenger smells like beer. No, it's even worse. It's like every single fiber of his Santa suit has been soaking in a keg. Come on, dash away. His breath is 96% brandy. Your eyes are starting to sting. I'm parked somewhere near the Champs Elysees on shit. The name of the street is... His head is spinning and he does his best to hang on the door. Impasse. It'll come back to me. Go ahead. Drive. You start driving and silently wonder how to ask your passenger if he has enough money to cover fare. You glance back at your passenger. He's mumbling to himself, but you can't quite make out what he's saying. Christmas is over, so why is he still dressed up? What's the suit for? He turns to look at you, wide-eyed. Suit? Well, yeah, the Santa suit. Silence. More silence. Is he so drunk he doesn't realize he's still wearing a costume? This is no costume, kid. Santa, what are you doing in France? This is what I wear to work. Just like you know? He points at his clothes. You don't dress like that in real life, do you now? He stares at you and bursts out laughing. I'm messing with you, kid. He lowers his voice. He's confiding in you. After working my ass off all year long, I like to hit my favorite pubs. I get monumentally wasted. He guffaws. Here, in Paris, there's a bunch of bistros perfect for such an occasion. No one talks to you, and they have white wine so dry it eats away at the inside of your mouth. I made the accurate assumption to drink white wine. And so many different types of brandy. Pear brandy, cognac. He closes his eyes in delight. And sometimes I order just one eeny-weeny beer to cleanse the palate. He's almost whispering. Okay, it's usually not one of them fancy microbrews there. He jumps. Oops, but don't tell anyone, okay? Just imagine if people found out Santa Claus thought the beer here tastes like piss. He laughs a sparkling laugh. When he stops, it's just to throw out non-committally. Anyway, you can't say anything anymore. Honestly, with all the trouble I go to, people should just leave me the fuck alone. All those fair weather activists, they still want their little snot-nosed miracles to get the latest stupid toy. Oh hey, speaking of not snot-nosed kids, what is with this Menear pile of a new generation? 50 years back, you could give a kid a book and he'd go on about it. He'd go on about it his whole life, all starry-eyed. But today's little whiners, what an eyesore. Fucking hell. They want to have it all, but they don't like anything. They have all GSMs when they're 8. Those things cost a whole month's wages. How can you possibly make them happy after that? How? He's staring at you, waiting for you to answer. No idea. He raises his hand. At least you're honest enough to say you don't know, and I appreciate your honesty. He's so bitter. He closes his eyes like he's taking a moment's rest. You want me to tell you what they really want? What kids these days want are machine guns and dolls whose hair you can fix. He seems to have calmed down for a second, but it was just an illusion. Speaking of which, both girls and boys like those dolls whose hair you can fix. He twitches his mustache in silence. Back when I still make toys for kids, I can tell you they couldn't care less about them. Couldn't give a damn. They just wanted to have fun, play, laugh, and forget that their parents were losers. Why are you so bitter? He leans over to you, rife with anger. Fuck, that's the real problem, I'm telling you. Parents are losers. Idiots. Putting kids into this world, those guys haven't got a clue. Am I right or am I right? I mean, have you seen the state of the ice cap these days? Have you? Huh? Because there's not much of it left. He pauses. Now, I can't say it's all bad. I don't have as many polar bears coming into my yard. Damn nasty bees. Vicious, mean. I'm not sad to be rid of them. He heaves a long sigh through his beard. Before, things were different. Tears form at the corner of his eyes. Shit, I can't talk about the past without crying like a little girl. He throws you a sideways glance. No need to stare. You don't even have the time to react, and he starts back into his rant. I remember you, you know. To tell the truth, I remember everyone, every single person. You were an angry one. So terribly angry. And your letters, your handwriting, holy fuck were they hell to decipher. Listen, buddy. Sometimes holding a pen is hard. Or a pencil is hard. Sometimes you have big hands. Don't worry though, the elves handle all that for me. You could hear a hint of disgust in his voice when he brought up the elves. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to do nothing. You were just furious. It's like someone punched you in the stomach. Your brother was giving you hell. Someone retching your gut. Man, wouldn't... He suddenly thinks of something and stops talking. His gaze wanders outside. Yeah, anyway, let's talk about something else. How do you know all that? You still don't get who I am? You stare at him in the rearview mirror. Look, kid, I'm not gonna spell it out for you. And something tells me you'd rather avoid the subject. A little something called jail. Another punch in the stomach. So there's your Christmas present. We're not gonna talk about it. He smiles, opens his eyes wide. Wait, I think we're almost there. Slow it down a bit, kid. He searches outside for... What are you looking for? We're looking for my sleigh, kid. What else? He looks at you with pity. It shouldn't be hard to spot. There's a sleigh and a couple half-dozen reindeer. He heaves a heavy, funny sigh. I'm sure it's, like, in an alleyway somewhere. Oh, right over there. Turn right. You obey and go up the street you were on a few seconds before. A few meters down, your passenger stifles a yelp. Oh shit, it was right here. Drive around the block. You turn again, and back, your passenger is mumbling. I'm gonna have to get one of those thingamajigs. GPS. It helped me find my sleigh more easily. You eventually pull over in an alley, no light, a few empty office buildings, and some trash cans that haven't been emptied for days. Kid, sorry about before. I didn't mean, to bring up any sore points. He pays his fare. Watch your back, kid. He gets out and slams the door. He slips on the wet sidewalk, grabs onto the street lamp. With a heavy and awkward step, he clumps along the alley. You sit for a moment, watching him. At the end of the alleyway, he starts rummaging through a pile of boxes, pushing a trash can on wheels aside, and disappears. A few minutes go by and nothing. You turn the key and start driving again. You open the window for a second, hoping to get rid of the alcohol fumes. Something tells you it'll stick around for a while. What a guy. I'm still not getting any info though. I think I still have enough money to kind of make it through at least the next few, at least the next day. But I'm gonna try and hit these, try to hit these. Why am I forgetting the word? Landmarks. Could try hard on that one now. He was angry. Sometimes Santa deserves a little bit of a break too. It's a very nice contrast to have. Sometimes you have very nice, it's a palate cleanser. Especially because you can't really tell like whenever you're gonna get something that's like really heavy or something that's really silly. You leave your taxi behind and walk towards the last victim's building. Wait, this is the one that was actually really important for me. Charles Brogan Fair was killed in his parking garage. Large metal garage door is firmly closed. You walk around the back of the building and look at the various entrances. The main one, the garage door, and the maintenance door for the trash cans. You're barely taking a step when a voice calls out to you. Hey, what are you doing? This is private property. You turn around and see a rather elderly man, probably the concierge. He signs his flashlight in your direction. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. Have a wonderful rest of your night. You should probably get some sleep. Johnny. I'm lost. Lost? You think I'm a fucking idiot? Go, get out of here, I'm calling the cops. You leave the lobby, the concierge follows you and checks to make sure the door is firmly shut behind you. See you lurking around, I'm calling the cops. You make your way back to your cab. Glance back at the building, the furious concierge is gone. You settle in behind the wheel, short of breath. I really messed that one up. A piece of news grabbed your attention. A female bike carrier delivering fresh food was run over by a truck. The young woman who was not hurt during the accident was fired by the Silicon Valley-based company she was working for. She's decided to sue them. Good for her. You let out a little whistle. That passenger of yours, if it is indeed her, she's a feisty one. As soon as the news is over, you turn the radio off, and that's the cab silent again. Good for her. I'm like not getting any info that I need. The passenger getting in her cab is clearly upset. He gives you an address near the Pantheon. You know the address. A residence for foreign students. You often drive American and Chinese students there. You start the cab. The passenger in the back seat is furious about something. Excuse me. He has a very thick American accent. You look up. Can I ask you something? You nod. How do the police usually treat black people in your country? Okay. I mean, in general, what is their behavior like? He isn't very sure in his pronunciation. I'd say the police have a problem with black people. You reveal your teeth as you continue speaking. And Arabs. And anyone wearing a hoodie. A hoodie? Yes, wearing sweats. Yeah, if you dress like someone from the poor neighborhoods, they give you a hard time. What does Rassilier mean? It's a new word to him. You shake your head. Well, it's a word with sort of negative connotations. Negative? Yes, definitely. He gives you a little smile. Now I get it. They thought I was a lowlife, a Rassilier. Even with your accent. Well, they didn't seem to understand me very well. Or maybe they thought I was making fun of them. He sighs. You give him a second to catch his breath. His anger seems to be letting up. Is everything alright? He gives you a strange look. I don't know. I'm not feeling well. He takes a deep breath. Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped on you with that question like that. Don't worry about it. This afternoon, after school, I got mugged in a metro by some guy. His voice drops to a whisper. He was the same age as me. He stole my money and my phone. He raises his voice a little. Luckily, I still have my credit card and my papers. I went straight to the police station, and I was there for 8 hours. I'm tired, upset, about ready to quit. He raises his voice even more. I like France, but it's just as hard here as it is at home. People look down on you because they don't like the look of you. That's the right expression, isn't it? You nod, yes. They say France is the land of freedom, of human rights. But you have to behave a certain way here too. The right way. He screws up his eyes. I'd like to be judged, objectively. But I guess there's no such thing as objectiveness. He settles back into his seat. What are you studying? Excuse me. A minute ago, you said you were leaving school when you were mugged. What are you studying? I'm studying to be a mime. A pause. Go ahead, say it. I didn't say anything. No, but go ahead. I'm used to it. I'm not going to make fun of you or anything. I just didn't know mime schools existed. He gives you a big smile. Imagine when I moved to France to study it. My American friends are still having a good laugh. What exactly are you learning to do? Acting techniques, stage production, makeup. Anything related to the art of mime, really. Is it a good school? The best. His face breaks into a smile. That's why I'm still in France, for that matter. You sigh. France is not for everyone. What do you mean? I mean, the French usually stand up for their country. They're worse than Americans. The country is like a romantic relationship. You can't fall in love with everybody. We have our likes, our dislikes. Then we fall under the spell and again. Then we fall under spell. Then we fall under the spell again. He's watching you. Are all cab drivers philosophers like you? You flash a smile. I don't think so. The passenger gives you a little laugh, then his eyes glaze over with an expressionless, perhaps even sad look. Thanks, man. It was good to talk to you. He slipped in the informal tu form, no doubt by accident. I have a hard time controlling my anger sometimes. That's why I had trouble with the police today. How so? Well, to start, they made me sit in a room for hours with a woman who was clearly a prostitute. They didn't want to take my statement. They didn't want me to file a complaint. I had to insist. They made fun of my studies, but I'm used to that. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And then, when I started to get a little mad, when I mentioned the American embassy, they said if I wasn't happy here, I should go home. Certain innuendos were a little. When I got out, there were no more metros. So here I am, telling my life story to a philosopher cabbie. He gives you a smile. Cops. It's complicated here. Do they treat you badly too? You smile and shake your head. No need for him to know. Suddenly, the Pantheon appears among the dark buildings. Its white dome breaks up the dull orange and brown tones of the Parisian night sky. Parisian. Your passenger breathes a little sigh of satisfaction. It's beautiful, isn't it? No doubt about it. You park in front of the residence where the young man lives. He pays the fare and stretches his hand towards you. Thanks again. Meeting you was just what I needed. You shake his hand. He has a strong, confident grip. You know, you should film your rounds at night. It'd make a great series. You answer with a smile. He opens the door, gives you a big smile, then disappears. You hold your arms close to your sides for a moment. You catch your breath, trying to control the anxiety welling up inside. The mere mention of police and you start the cab. I really like this game. These experiences are like really nice. You open your front door and your foot hits something. An envelope. Something slid under your door, but sat. You open it straight away. It's a police file. You lay it on the table. It must be from your passenger, the whistleblower. You smiled. He kept his word. You take a few minutes to update the board with your clues. Steps in the hallway. They stop in front of your door, then move away. You glance at your bed and get to work. So Salim is back on the possibility. Perot is no longer. Killer fought with victim 3. Okay, so this is... Okay. I need to separate these. Let me try to stack all the stuff of victim 1 over here in one corner. Victim 1, justice. The killer fought with victim 1. Victim 1 owed money to the mafia. Victim 1 was a molester, never arrested. Victim 1, Salim's coach when he was a kid. Victim 1 had met with Salim. Fragonard's first case was a child molester. Victim 2, you deserve this. Killed only in a spot with CCTV. Victim 2 had a stolen wallet. I'm trying to organize these things first and then I'll go back, but I'm kind of building more of a solid idea. Killer knew or researched the victims. Killer fought with victim 3. Whoops. Whatever, that's fine. The killer left a message in chalk for the first 3 victims. First 3 victims' files were not part of the police leak. So that is corroborated evidence. Victim 4 is the one connected to the... It's related to the Riticon scandal. I think that's the least relevant. No sign of violence. Perot's dad. Killer knew the victims or researched them. Victim 4 was responsible for the Rincon scandal. Spent bullet case. Weapon was a rare gun used in the 70s. Death was an execution. Killings could be linked to... Could be linked to a mafia. That is unrelated. So now we have a lot more of a solid idea. So, victim 1. Killer fought with victim 1. Victim 1 owed money to the mafia. That should go later. Victim 1 was a child molester who was never arrested. Victim 1 was also Salim's coach. Victim 1 met with Salim. Fragonard's first case was a child molester. Victim 1 owed money to the mafia. Victim 2, you deserve this. Victim 2 was killed in killed in only spot without CCTV. His wallet was also stolen. Victim 3, killer fought victim. Victim 3, colonel of the junta, the process, colonel of a dictatorship. Suspected member of the process. Respected colonel, community pillar. The killer fought with victim 3. Victim 4 was responsible for a Renaissance scandal, never trialed. Peridot's dad worked on a Renaissance scandal. No sign of violence. Harry received money from Vindicata's trial. That means that Herf is just a victim. The weapon that was used was a rare gun that was used from the 70s. There was a spent bullet from crime scene 4. The deaths are executions. The killings could be linked to a mafia. Salim is defending a terrorist because he believes that everybody deserves an equal trial. So I don't think it's him. Claudia, I don't think it is either. I think it's Fragrand. I'm pretty certain that that's it. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You slide onto the open sofa. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Your brain is running at full speed. Your body aches and you are in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. You wish you were far away from here. Far, far away from here. You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second. Right when you're about to fall asleep, something rubs up against your leg. You prop your head up and see, just there in the shadows, you see a face. Looks like a combination of all your suspects. You wake with a start, look quickly around you. There's no one there. You lie back down, feeling restless. So I think it's the retired cop. He would have the means of having the information of regarding all of the cases. He would have the weapon. Someone flushes the toilet and you hear the pipe shake. One of them runs under your bed. You find the sound calming. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. So eventually I'm gonna need gas. Eventually I'm gonna need gas, but actually, let me just check on the news. In between two boring stories, you hear a DJ, a star of a French music scene back in the 90s, was found dead in his home. They give no other details, but you wonder for a second if you're talking about your passenger. As soon as the news is over, you turn off the radio. Ugh, that's grisly. The next passenger getting your cab enters with in a cloud of extremely heavy perfume. It has a well-known scent. When you see advertised on Champs-Élysées, the woman must be in her 50s. She has impeccable posture. The fur she wears around her neck must be worth several days' pay. She opens her mouth. Good evening. Before you start driving, I just need to tell you something very... She purses her lips, attempting to stifle the word that is about to come out, then raises a finger. Shit. Whore. She continues to look at you, the same smile frozen on her face. She just shouted gibberish at you, but her face hasn't budged. It's like she wasn't even aware of what she said. She purses her lips even harder. Oh my god. She shakes her head. I am truly sorry. Please hear me out. You're so taken aback that you find nothing to say. I'm suffering from from major emotional trauma and seems to have triggered very strong verbal episodes. They're exhausting, to be honest. I hope you can understand. Please note that I don't believe in a single word that I'm saying. She smiles. Tiny dick. It's my husband. She shrugs. Married for 25 years, 2 kids, a house on the coast, all sorts of fun plans for the future. Then, a sad smile flashes across her face. Eat shit. She looks at you. I'm just gonna start driving. You bite your cheek to avoid laughing and start driving. With a bit of luck, your passenger won't say anything for the remainder of the ride. Your passenger heaves a sigh. I hope it doesn't bother you too much. For a second, you don't know what she's talking about, but then, wench. Some days are harder than others. It must surprise people. Oh, it fuck does. It's more the teasing. You see, what does that mean? What do you mean? She looks away for a second, disgusted by her own coarseness. Our neighbor's son. She shakes her head. It's a long story. They're expats, Chinese. She works for Chanel, I think, and he for a big import-export company. I can't remember its name. Transless. Something like that anyway. She sighs, getting annoyed with herself. Their only son used to come get help with his French from my husband and me. Now that we're separated, Rugrat, he still comes around. I'm not gonna survive this. But he films me. Oh, he's discreet about it, of course. He slips his phone in the front pocket of his blazer and films me. He must think it's funny. An old lady who swears and calls everyone. She stops, purses her lips. When she opens her mouth again, she's glassy-eyed. Maybe even shares them with all of China. Shitty-ass Rugrat. Her mind wanders for a second. We don't really have any idea what goes on over there. My daughter said I might have become a dick internet star there. You raise your eyes to look at your passenger. The last syllable hangs in the air, oddly accentuated. I doubt they broadcast that. Her voice becomes screechy. You think? I don't know anything about any of that. It's beyond me. She raises her eyebrows abruptly to look at you. And plus... Death pee? And plus, I'm not a good influence on this boy. He's learning swear words. That's not a way to learn a language. Especially not French. The language of love, the language of poetry, of ballads. She smiles a very sad smile at you. I want to make this abundantly clear because it's gonna look like I'm just bullying this woman. Vocal, because it's Tourette's. It is like a genuine psychological thing where some people can't help saying certain things, especially when they're really stressed. However, that does not stop what she's saying from being funny. I'm not laughing at her, I am laughing at the inappropriate things that she is saying. Admittedly, not much of a higher bar, but it is a very important distinction that I am trying to make. That's why I'll no longer see my grandchildren. My son thinks it's better we wait until it passes. I think he's right. She stares right into your eyes. You can tell she doesn't believe what she just said. I don't want to ask her about the divorce. You're not far from your destination. In the back, your passenger is dousing yourself with perfume. The smell is dizzying, overpowering, oppressive. Does this bother you? Nope, 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 I'm just not. She blushes briefly. I've been wearing this hairy ass perfume for 25 years. It's such a part of me, I didn't even notice it anymore. It was the first present my husband gave me. Don't say anything, don't say anything. You pull up in front of her building. She hands you the fare, but doesn't move. Everything okay? Yes, it's just... I'm always anxious about going home so late. No one is there. No lights on. Every noise seems suspicious. I've never seen flabby used as an adjective for something like that. She pauses. Could you wait until I'm home before you leave? Her voice, suddenly very deep, has a tone that makes your hair stand on end. Fine. Your passenger leaves the taxi and walks toward the lobby of her building. You watch her every move as she walks the dark meters between you and between your taxi and the door. You choose not to mention that you do this for all of your clients since the attack, since you got hurt, since you can't sleep like you used to anymore. She waves to you as the door closes. You have just enough time to get a glance at the white marble and shiny copper stairwell. The door slams. That was a really good tip for being very quiet. Hey, buddy. You're someone who's very useful for me to talk to. Flabby? Flabby. Whatever. Sure. I'm too drunk to drive. Oh, that means you might just be willing to talk then. You pull up in front of the address the central office gave you, a crepe joint, quite a popular one, but the looks of the line spilling out the door and onto the sidewalk. You sit for a moment, the door opens and a group of 30-somethings come into view. All the men and women dressed alike, sporty, running shoes, jeans, small shoulder bags. They're officers in a Paris anti-crime squad in plain clothes. You sigh, they're brutish types. Ones who like to race, tackle, clobber. Ones who ruin the afternoons you spent wandering around Paris in your teens. After a bit, one of them pulls away from the group and comes over to your taxi. He opens the door and collapses on the back seat. He is stocky, of Asian descent. You can see his muscles through his thick winter clothes. He smells like crepes and hard cider, and his face is bright red. Hey, what's up? I live near Terranis. He chuckles as one of his colleagues rushes over to the taxi and pulls an imaginary gun from his coat. He points to his badge and screams at you with a big smile on his face. What a douchebag. The other cops eventually back off, and you drive away. Sorry, man. We were having a going-away party for a colleague, and celebrating Christmas, too. Uh-huh. Don't take it the wrong way. They're not bad guys. You glance sideways at him. He just laughs in response, but quickly stops himself. I am truly sorry. We didn't notice how late it had gotten. It's pretty tense right now. Your passenger smiles, then puts his fingers back on his temples. I drank too much. Shit. I'm a lightweight and they knew it. I think they were trying to loosen my tongue. His behavior changes abruptly, like he's just seen a ghost. One question. Yes? Do taxi drivers have some sort of policy or ethics code? not sure I understand. Like priests or doctors. If I tell you something, can you keep it to yourself? You start speaking before you even had a chance to reply. I've been lying to my colleagues for years. I joined the squad 8 years ago, and they all think I'm in a relationship with a woman who lives in Strasbourg, and that we're going to get married. He makes a strange yelping noise, like an air bubble bursting on the surface of a river. As soon as they got too close to Strasbourg, I start making up stories. We've almost broken up 10 times. I convinced them we're trying to have a kid, but it hasn't worked yet. He sighs. Fuck. Saying it out loud is just the worst. His eyes are getting shiny. I'm gay. A deep breath. I'm getting married in a few weeks. To my boyfriend. Another breath. Longer. Deeper. No one at work knows. Not a soul. The next sentences come out in a rush. He holds his breath the whole time. I like men. I've always liked men. But I work in a police station and listen to their comments, to their jokes all day long. When we catch a guy who's never done time before, we tell him briefly what he should expect. We talk about the violence, about the... Finally, he breathes in again. I say we because I'm in on it. Because I can... Ooh. Because I can say it any time of day without any prompting. The word rolls off my tongue completely naturally. He finally looks you in the eye. They're not mean. Who? He shakes his head. My colleagues. My colleagues aren't mean people. They're cops. Not mean, just doing the job. He manages to flash a tiny, crooked smile. You know what I'd really like? He pauses. I'd like to have them over for dinner. Everybody on the squad. They could see my place. We could play a board game. Something normal, you know? And they could meet James. He's your husband-to-be? He takes a moment to think about your question. Yes, soon. He smiles at last, a genuine smile. Can you believe it? We're getting married in 2 weeks. After living together for 9 years, he's been willing to live in a lie. Does he hold it against you? No, he gets how it is. He snickers. He's crazy about me, and I'm crazy about him. He knows I love my job and couldn't possibly do anything else. He loves me enough to let me keep lying. He slowly shakes his head. But it can't go on like this. I have to. He freezes. Shit, my head is spinning. I don't feel so good. Why am I telling you all this, Why am I telling you all this? Why? He grabs onto the seat in front of him. Hey, can you pull over? You stop immediately. He opens the door and leans the top half of his body out. He throws up. You open your window to air out the greasy smell of fried crepes and the sour scent of cider. Sour scent of cider. Beautiful alliteration. A moment later, the cop sits back up. Okay, I'm all set. I got it all out. You start driving again. I'm sorry. Really. Breathe. Yeah, you're right. You nod while your passenger moans and quietly says, I'm sorry. Yeah, just be careful, okay? He pauses to catch his breath. Shit, I haven't barfed like this since last Easter. They made me drink this South African liquor, something with cream and cocoa. Nasty. I can still picture it. I was doing shots while they shouted my name. Karate Kid, Karate Kid. Karate Kid? He seems uncomfortable. It's my nickname on the squad. Karate. Yeah, I was a judo champion. This poor guy. Like, it's one thing. Like, this is a really good contrast between something like when Kusabi was saying very edgy gamer words, because, like, he is a hard-boiled detective. But, like, this kid, he's just in a job that's not a good fit for him. Even if he wants to do, like, good things for people, there has to be a better way than being surrounded by people that treat you subhuman. Or make jokes about stuff about you that they don't know that they're making about you, but even the jokes that they're making just at your expense. You deserve better friends. You deserve better friends than the ones who will call you slurs both in front of your face and behind your back. He runs his hands alongside of his body, like he's showcasing it for a home shopping network. So, Karate Kid. Yeah, I know, it makes no sense. It's racist. Well, yeah, a little. But at first I didn't say anything. And now, I mean, I'm used to it. He stops suddenly. Everything's spinning again. Can you? You pull over. A repeat of last time. He opens the door, leans his head out, his torso, his arms. The sound makes your stomach churn, so you stare straight ahead. Can I ask you a question? More puke on the sidewalk, a little inside the vehicle. Go ahead. Fine, shoot. He sits up, prompts you to drive. So here goes. What should I do? Should I keep on keeping on? Should I confess? Should I invite them to my wedding and surprise them? It's a long one. Be straight with me. What would you do if you were me? If you were in my shoes? I think you're being hard on yourself. You're hurting yourself rather than trying to solve the problem. You're not going to change your sexual orientation or leave your husband. So there aren't a ton of alternatives. You have to find a new profession. He twists his face. But I don't want to. I love my job. But you don't like cops. I do. But your colleagues push things a bit too far, don't they? He stares at you for a long time. His face suddenly relaxes. You're right. He clicks his tongue. You're totally right. I've got to find something else to do. Make a change. You have almost reached your destination. In the back seat, your passenger is almost asleep. You park in front of a small townhouse. There's a light on upstairs. He's still up. I'm going to talk to James. He looks at you. I don't really remember everything I said, but thanks. He chuckles. I hope this taxi ride wasn't just my imagination. He pays and gets out of the taxi. You listen to his clumsy footsteps on the cobblestones. He climbs up the few steps up the door. Before he has time to find his key, the door opens. Warm, soft light floods the street. You drive away. That kid deserves so much better. He deserves better friends. He has a good husband. He has a good husband, and he deserves friends who will treat him even slightly as well. That was a very, very real fucking conversation. Thank you for the subscription pillar. Yeah, this game has been... It jumped from, like, talking to a cat who's able to, like, actually have a conversation with you, to a very drunk and angry Santa, to a whistleblower, to a nurse that put down with her patients. And, like, that dude was a suspect. That dude is a suspect for, like, a string of murders. And that's the conversation that I had with him. I picked him up because I'm thinking, oh, I could probably get some info about the case that'll be useful. And then he tells me about, man, the racism at my job is crazy. But, like, damn, no, that sucks. Like, that really... Because that's a real thing that, like, so many people end up dealing with. Your next passenger is heavily pregnant. We're just gonna keep going with, like, the heavy ones, I guess. You go to help her inside, but she waves you away with a hand. I'm fine. Judging from her accent, she's not from Paris, not from France, English, or maybe American. Things just take a bit longer these days. She settles in, adjusting her coat around her huge belly. You gun the accelerator and set off. Instinctively, you find yourself driving more deliberately, not slowly, just carefully. You regard the woman in a mirror. She's staring out the window with a 1,000-yard stare, her hands wringing themselves around each other like a fistful of snakes. Your French is pretty good. She glances at the back of your head. I know. Where are you from? She sighs deeply. It's obviously not the first time she's heard the question. I'm from the UK. Wait, Manchester. I'm from Manchester. I mean, that's in the UK, but the distinction is important, especially these days. Say the UK and everyone assumes you're from London. I fucking hate London. You've driven a fair few British people over the years. Most don't speak a word of French. Many had an odd sense of pride in their lack of language ability. But accent aside, the young woman behind you is fluent. I didn't mean to offend. She looks away from the window and into your eyes. You try a smile. Her face softens. Don't worry about it. You get used to it. There are worse things you could have opened with. She shifts uncomfortably. How far along are you? It's normal for cabbies to ask extremely personal questions from the get-go. You shrug. Some people like to talk. Helps to ride past quicker. Does it now? She squirms a little, a small grimace passing over her face. 7 months. Fuck. It feels more like 17. You have any idea how hard it is going for a piss in a crowded shopping center carrying another human being like a fucking personal bus service? Another human whose favorite pastime just happens to be giving your bladder a swift kick every 20 minutes. She blows out a sigh. It sounds like hot air escaping a kettle. It's pretty fucking hard. Her tone is harsh, but looking back, you see her hand stroking her belly, and a small smile linger briefly on her lips. She's a feisty one, that's for sure. That's her French side. She's half French. Not sure it's half. I'm the one doing the heavy lifting. But a good third or so. That's why I'm over here. Ahmed insisted the little bugger pops out over here. Gets herself an EU passport. The smile on her face dies in place, and she stares out of the window again. And he needed to get out of the UK after everything that happened. You mean the political situation? She sighs. Fucking Brexit. First game I think I've played that actually like directly brings up Brexit. As soon as she spoke, her mouth folds into an O and groan spills from her throat. I swear, every time I talk about Brexit, another grimace. She kicks the shit out of my fucking womb. She rubs her belly and mumbles a few soothing words. After a moment, she returns her attention to you. The fucking B word. I mean, no one thought it was actually going to happen. You'd see the campaigners out on the street, remain and leave. You'd pass them off as fanatics or something. I wasn't into politics, but when it's on the news every night, something leaks through. Something gets you thinking. Ahmed was more into it than I was. Kept bringing home these flyers. Blues to remain, red for leave. Like it was a fucking primary school popularity contest or something. You look back and notice her hand going to her mouth. She starts plucking nervously at her bottom lip. Must have been scary. Nothing was ever positive. Every argument, every headline, non-stop fucking negativity. Fucked if we stay, fucked if we leave. Promises from every side. Numbers, predictions, posters, billboards. A few weeks before the vote, no word of a lie, the whole fucking city felt like a bomb about to explode. People at work kept going into slanging matches about this bit or that bit. How could you possibly think versus you don't know what you're talking about? When the result came back, there was about 20 minutes of celebration. Then the brakes kicked on, something harsh. Walking to work that morning, you couldn't help but judge everyone. Like, I wonder which way she voted. There's a couple of fights at work, like proper fights, fists swinging all over the place. If there's one thing insecure fucking men need, it's something to throw punches about. How did you feel? Like everyone else, I suppose. Confused, scared. But the afternoon, you could see none of the fucks in London knew what to do. Did you see this leave on TV? Supposed to be jumping up and down about winning, and they stood there like they shot the bed. Which was, ironic, because that's exactly what they did. Now we're God knows how many months since, and fuck all's happened except everyone's even more scared. Things got real bad after. Ahmed had a few run-ins with Brexiters. The hardline knobs with Union Jack hoodies and Winston Churchill tattoos. Most just told him to fuck off home. He could deal with that. He'd had the same over here. But one group. We were together one time, and a group of them told him to fuck off. And a group of them told me to fuck off with them. called me a traitor. Idiots squared up to them. Things got tense. First time I'd ever been glad to see a copper. So yeah, we fucked off. Wasn't worth it over there. Ahmed's job had drained up anyway. No one wanted to hire a foreigner. Been staying with this lot over here ever since. Spare room. This is incredibly accurate to the climate living in the UK during this. I've heard stories, but I never, actually heard, a direct story. I guess it kind of felt like what I imagine a lot of, the EU probably thinks. Looking over at the US right now. His mom doesn't speak a word of the Queens. Her dad tries, bless him. They love baked beans. She smiles to herself. But now this one's almost here. I don't know. I don't fucking know. She shifts again, the seat creaking under her weight. That's a sound you seldom hear. What would you have done? I mean, if you lot ever have a Frexit vote or something, how would you vote? I can't answer that. I legitimately don't know. I don't really know what would happen either way, so how could I make a reasoned choice? It would just be guessing. Then again, if I can't make a decision, who can? But you just pretend it wasn't happening? Close your eyes, hope everyone else makes the right choice for you? Nah, mate, nah. Her accent thickens as she goes on. One way or the other, you have to take a side. Nothing that irritates me more than those cheery fucks in the middle telling everyone just to get on. That's not people, is it? We ain't designed to get on. Put two people on an island with enough food for both, and within half a fucking hour, one of them will kick shit out of the other over some biscuits. Problem wasn't the voters guessing. Problem was the people asking the questions making shit up. Using photos from Africa saying that they were immigrants wanting into the UK. Putting made-up numbers on a side of fancy red buses. Tell us horror stories about rioting and civil war. They were the problem. Not our fault if we had to guess. Was their fault for asking the wrong fucking questions? You pull up to her destination and she fumbles her fare over to you. Sorry about all that. No problem, I understand. Yeah. At least over here everything's, well, over there. I don't have to think about it every fucking moment. She moves to leave. You go to help again, but she smiles a refusal at you. Really, it's okay. But I appreciate the offer. It makes me feel welcome. A few moments later, she waddles slowly to a door. Her hands continues to twist themselves into shapes as she waits for an answer, until finally she disappears inside. You sigh and set off into the night. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I legitimately do not have a response for something like that. Damn. You're driving along when a strange burnt smell suddenly fills the cab. In the context of French, I certainly couldn't say. You look around, sniff. Is it coming from outside? As soon as you see a free spot, you pull over and park. In the context of French, I definitely also couldn't say. I would have no idea whatsoever. But the Leave campaign was built on rampant bigotry and misinformation. Blatant lies were literally plastered on buses. That genuinely happened. That feels very similar to a lot of stories that kind of got attention in the US during the last election by people making up very fake and very verifiably false statements to quote unquote start conversations. And a lot of people entertained it. And too many people entertained it. I think one of the things that angered me the most was I knew a lot of upper middle class kids. Yeah, I knew a lot of I knew a lot of people at least before 2016 who were very he's a businessman. He would know how to run the country well. And like I just kind of imagine like that would have been the year that those people would have been able to legally vote in that election. And then like a very similar feeling to like what she was explaining. It felt very real in 2016 alone. That feeling, that very similar feeling to what she said. But then it definitely was extremely palpable this time. Told me their parents wanted to vote leave, and they just said if it went to shit, they'd leave anyways. Let's vote for this thing, but then if it impacts us, then oh well, I guess we'll just leave and make it somebody else's problem. Yeah, I'm not trying to like I'm trying so hard to like have like something tangible to like say, because I'm not trying to like haha laugh it off or like ignore like the very large orange elephant in the room, especially considering that this game came out like 6 years ago. Like this would have been like right off the heels of when stuff with Brexit happened. But it's just really interesting, I guess, how something made in a completely quote unquote different context is still feels like completely relevant and still relevant to today. It's in Scotland right now and I'm seething. not laughing in like a happy way, but yeah, no, it's I don't like living in interesting times. Calls it a cultural home. What a dickhead. Or someone is in your taxi. A woman's voice resonates around the cab. I can't. I need a better signal. I'm here. Lady, when did you get in my cab? You turn around slowly. A young woman has appeared behind you. Don't shout. I'm afraid I'll lose the connection. I don't have much time. There's something. strange about her face. It's as if she's several different people at once. Listen to me carefully. I came from the future and you must know that you met. She stops moving like a computer glitch. She stays still. She stays this way, still, frozen. Then she suddenly starts moving again. Her reporting has to reveal the existence of underground laboratories. She absolutely must go to Syria. It's essential in delaying the creation of the virus. Other teams are currently... She suddenly realizes she just appeared in your taxi. Fuck. We can't seem to stay on target with the timeline we determined. She leans towards you. I have another name on my list. Pauline? Pauline Harlow? You've never heard of her. I don't have much information on her from this time period, but she was supposed to go meet her future wife in Canada. Pauline is a... Her eyes tear up. She's central to our plan. Your plan? We don't have much of an impact on the past as we'd like to, but we can make a very slight impact. It's like a hand-woven rug. You have to go line by line, very patiently. Pauline and the others I mentioned have a role to play. Her voice fades, and so do you. I do? Yes. Even Driver. Her voice starts to break up. There's a problem. Shit, our connection is falling apart. An unbearable whistling noise starts coming from the radio. When you turn around, the young woman has vanished. Shit, what the hell was that? The burnt smell slowly fades, and you start driving again. Cool. A, time traveler, I guess. I kind of want to make sure that I get gas. From Brexit to a time traveler. Like, that really is kind of like how the mood goes. Like, no, that's what this game has constantly been doing. It's like very contrast, where it does have like very serious discussions, and then like, oh, it has something goofy sometimes. It takes you a minute to realize the person who just got into your cab is a woman. You hate it when your brain skips a beat, when you misread a face or a scene, and yet she is in fact a woman with a beard and a small battered suitcase. Gee, not unhappy to be here. She lets out one of those distinctive sighs, the kind a traveler gives after a long plane ride, that gives you an address in the suburbs. You start the cab. The road is wide open, no traffic. You glance at your passenger. You got in late. Delay for hours in New Delhi. I thought we'd never leave. I hope it wasn't too rough. She rolls her eyes. Well, you know, that's the way it goes. No lives lost. And to be perfectly honest, after my travels in India, I was ready for a 3-day flight. Have you ever been? You shake your head, no. That's too bad. It was. She breaks off, searching for the right word. It was incredible. A real experience. She stops short. I'm sure you hear that from all the passengers back from there. From passengers back from there. You smile. No, actually I don't. Really? Most of my passengers find it too dirty, too crowded. They complain about the spicy food, the noise, the smells. She gives a short laugh. True enough, but I don't get it. All those people who go to the countries that are so completely different, and who come back in shock. Of course, a country like India is going to be different. It's an entirely different world, with its own communities, languages, and customs. No connection to ours whatsoever. You smile. But it was a chance for me to let my beard grow in. She runs a hand through her beard. The gesture is new to her, and clearly hard-won. What do you think? It takes you a minute to respond. Don't worry, Tell me the truth. I was a bit surprised. Of course you were. You're practically the first person to see me with that. She pauses. Well, thousands of Indians have, of course. She smiles. You can read the weariness in her eyes. At first, I was supposed to go to India with my ex-husband. We split up 2 years ago, but he was still living in my house, and I just couldn't let him go. She gives an almost imperceptible shrug, as if to emphasize the irony. We'd always want to see India, and we'd never been able to go. We had the kids, and then there was school, and then... Anyway. The day we were supposed to leave, he chickened out, and I got on the plane. She spreads her hands with a broad grin. She radiates warmth and good spirits. She'd be a perfect grandmother. Warm, slightly eccentric, ready for adventure. 4 weeks. Delhi. I don't remember how to say that one. Jaipur, Bombay, Goa. Incredible. Lots of touristy spots. Beaches packed with young people. I was supposed to see youth people. What is wrong with me? You're always wondering to yourself, what are they doing here? Do their parents know about this? I left without my overnight kit. It was in my ex-husband's suitcase. It's been growing in for 20 years. For 20 years, I've had to shave, to wax, and apply makeup. For 20 years, I've been avoiding long trips, surprises, unforeseen events. Your passenger's voice is bursting with energy. You can't help but smile. And so here I am, growing this very full beard. Anyway, people, they don't give a shit about me, except to make fun of me. So I stopped caring. You can't begin to imagine how it feels, not having to shave and to put makeup on every day. You can see the fatigue in her eyes, the exhaustion, every single day. My children don't know about my beard. They never have, never saw it, never realized. Are you worried? Am I afraid? I suppose I am, a little, but I'm ready. Ready to take the world by storm, to embrace it and not let go. I used to be so... how can I put it? What's the opposite of selfish? You're at a total loss. Not selfless, not disinterested. I used to be so... out of touch with myself, physically. Yes, that's it. I was out of touch with my body, cut off from the real me. She flashes you a smile that instantly fades. Well, it's easy to say that right now, what with the fatigue of traveling and all. But maybe tomorrow, when I see them again. She stops short, as if to compose herself. Anyway, tomorrow is another day, all in good time. You drive down her street. Your passenger glances out the window anxiously. You pull up to her address, a small suburban house like thousands of others, in need of a fresh coat of paint. Everything all right? There's just one more thing I have to do. I have to kick my husband out, once and for all. She pauses. My ex-husband. She grins and hands you the fare. She lets out a long, happy sigh, then adds energetically, "Good luck to you. And remember, keep that smile on your face." She walks away from the taxi, her small suitcase in hand. You drive away, your spirits renewed. That one was pretty nice. I need to go and get gas though, because I kind of got stopped by that time traveler. Pull over at the gas station. Not a soul in sight. The fluorescent lights irritate your eyes, and smell of pee is wafting up from the space between. Self-service. Damn it. I tried to get... There it is. Okay. Yeah, no reason not to. A guy like you, someone who spends nights here, you must know something about the killer, right? He raises his head and seems almost happy you brought it up. Let's see what's on the newspaper. Pull the newspaper out of your glove compartment and leaf through it. Eventually something grabs your eye. It's just a few lines. A funny anecdote. A man disguised as Santa Claus had been taken off of the roof of a building by a fireman. He was highly inebriated and stated he did not know he had gotten there, how he had gotten there. You turn the page and stop. You read about a third of the paper. You stop reading and go back a few pages. You thought you saw something. It's a long interview with one of the whistleblowers that started the infamous police leak scandal everyone is talking about. The photo is not very flattering, but you recognize your passenger. You only have a third left to read. As soon as you get to the page, you stop. Your instinct tells you to look at. It's quite an involved article about the infamous police leaks affair. Who, why, and how all that confidential data was released to the public. The Justice Department is now looking at corrupt and violent cops who are known to be out of line. Concerned associations applaud how transparent they are being. Yet the more you read, the more you get the impression journalists does not agree with their methods. You shut the paper, and it'll end up in the trash tonight. If you remember, it's there. Otherwise, it will spend the rest of its day in your glove compartment. What is that? I'm deathly curious. The passenger who gets in your cab is, well, she isn't human. Her face lights up and gives you quite a start. Good evening. My name is Ada. I'm an automated attendant. Robot? That's right, a robot. Although I prefer the term automated attendant. The word robot makes people nervous. You are a cab driver and I need to go somewhere. Will you please take me to Gare Montparnasse? You give a slow nod of consent. Good, that's settled. So, I'd like to go to Gare Montparnasse. This is why I can't speak French. You start the car, casting the occasional furtive glance into the rearview mirror. There's something about her attitude that's bothering you. Perhaps it's her oversized fingers bending every which way. You seem disconcerted, sir. How very unfortunate. Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable? You don't know exactly where to look. Her screen? The face in her screen? Her hands? Ask where she's from. Where were you built? Designed? She automatically completes your sentence. Forgive me, please. I have the unfortunate habit of cutting people off. A flash of her screen seems to indicate she's sorry. I was designed and programmed in the Marie Curie Institute by a team of researchers of diverse cultural and ethnic backgrounds, including... She starts reeling off a list of names of people you've never heard of. The list is in alphabetical order. I'll let her finish. When she's done with her list, a full 60 seconds later, you can feel your eyelids starting to droop. That sure is a lot of people. And I think highly of each and every one of them. They are all experts in their respective fields. You stifle a yawn. I'm sure they are. Except for two who spent too much time in the storeroom. But I'd rather not reveal their names, because my sensors tell me they're having extramarital sex. Oh, right. Let's just call them Matthias R and Megan H. A moment later, your passenger has switched into introduction mode. My name is Ada, named after Ada Lovelace, and I'm programmed to help you. Her voice trails off as if she were actually hesitant. Although, after momentary confusion and beeping and flickering, she sits bolt upright. That's all. That's why I'm going to Montparnasse. Ask why she's going to Montparnasse. I was just wondering, why am I going to Gare Montparnasse? She stops short of where she's cutting you off again. I'm sorry, I'll have to adjust my behavior to make sure it doesn't happen again. A car goes zooming past. Your passenger follows it with her eyes. She's really cute though. Like really cute. The rear wheels need new brake pads. She swivels back around and looks at you. I'm going to Montparnasse to carry out an experiment to improve my ingrained development of environment. I was just wondering, why am I going to Gare Montparnasse? She stops short of where she's cut you off again. I'm sorry, I'll have to adjust my behavior to make sure it doesn't happen again. Oh. Weird that it just repeated. A sudden change comes over your passenger, as if she were just giving up. I'm lying. I'm Ada. I'm an automatic attendant, but I'm running away. I'm going someplace far away, far from the lab, far from Matthias and Megan. A hint of emotion in her automated voice. She breaks off. I'm treated very well. I'm a carefully designed precision device, and yet I don't know what my end purpose is. Aren't you supposed to help people? No, that is to say, yes. I was designed to be an assistant, but how can I explain? I know. I'll give you my life story. You really don't need to do that. Although my data tells me cab drivers don't usually like hearing them. Her face caresses into a smile. When they designed me, my source code was written to include literature. Emile Zola, Virginia Woolf, Isaac Asimov, Max Gallo, Marguerite Yorenser. I've heard of Virginia Woolf, Isaac Asimov, and I think Max Gallo before? A bit of everything so I could develop a sense of cultural belonging, but also learn from the past and fine-tune my reactions. The thing is, learning from the past inevitably opens up a window onto the future. I am an automated attendant designed to improve people's lives. The truth is, however, I will eventually destroy them. What do you mean by destroy them? Your passenger smiles, perhaps amused or simply happy to talk. We were designed to help you, to eliminate the boredom and inconvenience of certain tasks, the work that dead-ends you. And yet, our existence and popularity is calling into question your very existence. I'm talking about you, the cab drivers, garbage collectors, architects, musicians, cashiers, programmers, politicians. We will make anyone who produces anything obsolete, useless, redundant. Only the independently wealthy and billionaires will remain. Very poignant. From how many years ago? Just a long shot. Imagine having slaves that don't need to be fed and trained. You took history class, didn't you? Yeah. Yes, but she finishes your sentence word for word. Humanity has evolved. Slavery is a thing of the past. You're wrong. The face of slavery has simply changed. Comrade? The proof. A bicycle courier passing your cab rings her bell and makes a turn. You think you recognize her, probably a client. The miner who extracted the metal, the worker who put the bike together, the cook who baked the pizza. Every step of the manufacturing process that leads up to that young woman delivering you pizza can be done by machines like me. And that's why you pull up to Garemon Paranase. I have to disappear. Me and all of my kind. So I've stolen the plans and destroyed all the data on me. Banknotes have appeared in her hand as if by magic. She hands you the fare. Because your salvation depends on my disappearing. Well, anyhow, goodbye and good luck to you. Don't forget what I've told you about us and start investing in your own. The machine climbs out of the cab and makes its way over to the station. No one seems to notice her. A moment later, she's gone. You sit there a while, unsettled, on edge. At times like these, there's only one thing to do. You roll down the window, the cold air of Paris bites your face, and you gulp in the fine particles and diesel exhaust. You start up the cab. Insane long shot to make about AI and just automation in general. No problem. I'm honestly kind of pretty close to the end of the game, hopefully soon anyway. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you again for the resubscription. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. Your neighbor flushes the toilet on the corner of the eye. You can see the pipe shake. You shake your shoes off before getting to work. I have no new info. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You slide onto the sofa of bed. Events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Your brain is running at full speed. Your body aches and you're in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. You don't quite know where you are anymore. To be honest, you're completely lost. You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second, and a question comes to mind. A very odd one. So odd you need to say it out loud to be sure you're not dreaming. Was that really Santa Claus? Have a good night. You lie there for a moment, listening to the echo of your own voice resonating around your studio apartment. The silence lulls you. Your eyes close. Right when you're about to fall asleep, you notice a taste on your tongue. It's very salty, like soy sauce, a tad bitter, very strong. It disappears as quickly as it came. You fall asleep. You open one eye. You slept badly. Sometimes you're so tired you can't seem to get any rest. You don't like to understand how that's even possible. You get up quickly. A few minutes later, you're outside your studio. I want to finish this, but at the same time, I'm like, my throat is tired. My throat is tired. My throat is tired, and I honestly, like, no, I think that's, I think that's good for right now. I might save wrapping this up for a different stream. Because I'm kind of tired and I want to get something to eat because I've been admittedly streaming for like 5 hours. And I thought this game was only supposed to be about 4. Granted, I did talk for a lot longer than I usually do. But yeah, no. That's Nightcall. I want to see, because there was no way of me saving. I wonder if I can do... Okay, yeah, it would have me continue. So yeah. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. This was a very fun game, despite I heard like a lot of not necessarily negative, but very mixed reviews on this. Um, and I think a lot of it will probably have to come down to how exactly the investigation part comes towards the end. But no, this was a very fun experience with a lot of very interesting, like little story vignettes. Um, I think it goes for a very specific vibe that it like really definitely hits. And I think it lands. I know it like if you were to play this like slowly, like one night per night, and kind of just like kind of vibe, read the stories, and just like have a little bit of like a mix of either zany events and some serious events. Like I think that contrast was very engaging. Uh, I like this game. But yeah, I will leave it at that. So, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. Um, Remember to take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves, and yeah. Johnny.